Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. just in time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome all. The last day of the group stage for the Berlin Major is upon us, and the atmosphere is buzzing with electricity. Lacoste, as we'll start off our day here with the first series, of course, makes sense. TSM up against Gaming Gladiators, and Lacoste, the standings, TSM, a little sad heading into this last day.
Yeah, not looking good. I mean, they already been eliminated from this major, but they have to play for the prize. You know, playing against Gaming Gladiators, what seems to be still the best team after like 2-3 months in a row. They still look the same, even the patch has dropped. They did talk about, you know, also making a name for themselves to not just be one patch team, which, like, this, being consistent in Dota is something you'd thrive to achieve, and I think Gaming Gladiators kind of achieved that. They've been on the top for a relatively long time. I mean, it's very hard considering the competition and everything. Yeah. It definitely is, but yeah, seems like TSM are gonna have a really hard time in this one. They managed to win only 2 games so far in this major. On the other side, Gaming Gladiators only dropped down 3 games, and yeah, just a very difficult opponent to play at the moment.
Yeah, incredibly so. It really is, you know, top and bottom of the table, as we can see here. Over in Group A, Gaming Gladiators 11-3, TSM at 2-12, and you know, joining Execration, the 2 teams already eliminated from Group A. Gaming Gladiators, they've already secured themselves that upper bracket, so this is another one of those interesting games. You know, we had one yesterday with TSM against LGD. Like you say, there's not much in the major to play for, or anything at all for TSM, so it's going to be about experimenting, pride, have a bit of fun. You know, maybe just taking a game off Gaming Gladiators is an achievement in its own right. We'll see if they can find something, some trick up their sleeve to do just that. But of course, Gaming Gladiators not going to roll over or anything like that. They'll be, you know, playing their hearts out nonetheless. I mean, any other surprises heading into the last day of groups? Anyone you're looking at thinking they don't belong there?
I mean, the biggest surprise for me has been OG with 2 stand-ins. I think I've said it multiple times already. I thought the team was not gonna do well, but Mind Control, he's like playing good old Dota, like Mind Control being on top. Like we've seen a lot of interviews with him. He's having a lot of fun with the team. He's rejoined with his Bulgarian brother BZM. It seems like they've been bonding together, and now they do get to play on the same team, which is really nice to see. And also in the Group B, like we already have 4 teams that did secure the upper bracket for themselves: Tundra, OG, Team Spirit, and Shopify. And they also do have IG, who has been eliminated. They did look kind of the weakest team, also the weakest team in China as well. Out of the other 4, I've been covering the Chinese DPC tour, the second one that is, and they looked, you know, kind of shaky. They had some moments of brilliance, but very unstable as a team when it comes down to drafting and the gameplay in general.
It can be hard to find that consistency coming into a new patch. And then we see prize pool, DPC points, ton of cash for 1st through 8th place. And of course, we're looking for these teams to come out of the group stage to try for an opportunity for that. Yeah, just thinking forward, you know, before we get started with our first series, the next one, as we're talking about Group B a little bit, we're going to have TALON against Team Spirit. And you already mentioned that Team Spirit, they're in the playoffs, guaranteed already. And TALON in this awkward position, 4 teams in Group B looking for 2 slots. Beast Coast, SMG, Extreme, and Talon all on the same page pretty much. Very, very close to qualifying and keeping themselves in the Berlin Major. And Team Spirit, you know, qualified already, but again, it's one of these situations where, you know, even if you're through the group stage, you want to be testing strats that are going to win. You want to, you know, have that morale boost heading into the proper playoff stage of the major.
For sure, some of the teams that did qualify are probably going to experiment a little bit more. They don't want to reveal something that has been working out for them, something that they discovered. They're definitely saving that for the upper bracket matches. But yeah, in the Group B, as you said, there's 4 teams battling it out. There's only 2 slots available. There's also 2 slots available for relegation as well. You don't want to be there, but things are going to start. Like, I want to see how Extreme Gaming is going to do. They have 1 series left, and this is against Shopify Rebellion. Not an easy one. Beast Coast, I think they have an easier one, so they're going to be playing against IG. Talon against Spirit, also not an easy task, and Tundra against SMG. So looking like there might be some tiebreakers for relegation in the Group B.
Yeah, but of course our focus at the start of play today going to be TSM against Gaming Gladiators. As you can see on your screens, all the players lined up there. Now, one of the big topics around TSM was the necessity to adapt and try and figure out what you're going to be doing. You know, we looked at Brawl in that mid lane, playing the Storm Spirit. Some of these active mid laners, you know, had some decent ideas with Void Spirit item build, looked pretty cool. But overall, you know, the game plan of where you need to be at what times and what objectives you're aiming for seemed to be a bit of a struggle for them at times. We had that game yesterday where they were wandering around Roche Pit for several minutes.
2 times, yeah. Fighting underneath the vision of PSG LGD, playing against Beastmaster, not having a sentry ward 2 times in a row. Kind of a rough one. Not sure what the plan was. Then they started to attack Roche, not understanding how much stronger Roshan is in 733.
So tanky.
But, yeah. Gaming Gladiators, I think everybody talks about this team. They have been amazing last couple of months. They've been so stable and also just dominating. This team also tends to finish the game. Like, they don't want to prolong anything. They're so good at just choking you out of the map, even in 7.33 when the maps was supposed to be like bigger. But also one thing to notice is, yeah, map is bigger. Like, distance between the... I would say that these outer rings that we added to the game, these are pretty much the only thing you can farm if things are not going correctly. And sometimes you'll see the games end in 20-25 minutes as well, especially with these like more experienced team like Gaming Gladiators, where they take your Tormentor, then they kill their own. There's one hero that I'm looking to, like, you gotta ban it out. I feel like Underlord, this hero has been way too good, especially in the hands of Ace.
Yeah.
He just knows how to utilize it. Even before, even in the previous patches, it was always one of his heroes that he bangs out from time to time.
Yeah, it has been cool to see this change in first phase priority and the cool little second pick combos you can get. And we've got Rubik to start things off here, but there's still Enchantress, Underlord. There is no Storm, so we won't have the Storm Pugna combo. But yeah, even could see that Beastmaster pop up into play as well. Now, Beastmaster Ench, still a reasonably strong setup. Get some solid lanes out there. But I think, oh yeah, still one of the biggest ones is Alchemist. He's out there lurking, and we've seen a lot of these teams start to first phase him, saying, hey, we can flex him across multiple roles. He's going to farm no matter what. Not what TSM go for straight away. Enchantress, Beastmaster. Okay, solid.
That's the one you called.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a couple of options. I mean, there's no reason, I guess, not to take Underlord here. Because Rubik is also kind of a pick that blocks Underlord to one extent. If you manage to steal Firestorm, which is relatively easy to steal, because he has pretty much two abilities that he used in a fight, that's Pit of Malice or Firestorm, you deal so much damage with Arcane Supremacy. You just become a better Underlord, pretty much.
Yeah, it used to be like Earthshaker, right? You're a Rubik, you want to be in an Earthshaker game. Now it's Underlord. Doing so much DPS with that Firestorm.
They did open up with Underlord like 3 or 4 times. I'm looking at their Dota buff, Rubik Underlord. They played it against Execration. They played it against... Where is it? Okay, sorry, I'm all looking at the wrong one. Yeah, against Execration, against Bet Boom, against Team Aster as well. So, still taking their time. I mean, Underlord's definitely on the menu, but it seems like they do have another option potentially. And it's going to be the other one.
Okay.
Alchemist.
I was going to ask, is there a reason they wouldn't pick Underlord? And I guess Alchemist is a good enough reason in his own right. I've seen him in there. Have Gaming Gladiators been playing him in multiple roles? Because I know we've seen him across, from 1 to 4, basically, from other teams.
Let me just check real quickly. No, it has only been Doracio playing it. They only played Alchemist once.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I guess this is as good a time as any to get some more practice in. And maybe they throw it to Ace. Of course, like we've been saying, flexible, so, a second pick for yourselves. Maybe ban out to protect it, which it looks like that's the goal. TB Medusa being removed, protect this Alk. So, becoming more and more likely he's a position 1 with the bans from Gaming Gladiators. And now TSM, they can start to ban out some more of these meta heroes. The Underlord doesn't get picked, so naturally he gets banned, not giving that double damage mitigation strat to GG. Don't want the Rubik Underlord lane to be playing into them.
Playing into Firestorm, Acid Spray, Fate Bolt from Rubik.
Oh my god.
Everybody's down to half HP already. 2 abilities, pretty much. Pit of Malice into Acid Spray. Alchemist roams around. I want to see how Gaming Gladiators are going to be amplifying damage off the Alchemist. You also probably want to have an offlaner this time around that builds into auras. You hit a certain timing. Alchemist with 2 items. Radiance, BKB. We also seen like a little bit of a different item build yesterday coming out from Pakaz when he played it. Or he decided to go for more of an unkillable build, getting SNY plus Heart, just straight up tankiness, and then they had like a Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, drums. Feels like we're in meta where there's going to be a lot of 4 protect 1. There's going to be like 1 OP hero that you're going to amplify, get like Alacrity on top of him. I'm saying Alacrity, but we haven't seen too much of Invoker considering the changes to pipe and everything. Like everybody having a little bit more magic resistance coming out from their intelligence.
And another one of the steroid patches. I mean, you mentioned all these spells, Fade Bolt, Firestorm, Acid Spray, and it took me a couple of seconds. I always forget that level 15 Talon for Alk gives the armor from Acid Spray to his allies. So it's another form of damage mitigation from a carry even.
It's a good talent. I've seen carry alchemists more leaning towards Garibald's Greed damage per stack.
Okay.
But also if you're playing into a lot of physical, I'm sure they're going to be picking up the other talent.
Yeah, it can be incredibly powerful. Pango gone, Slark out. A bit of focus there onto Quinn's hero pool. Might see one of the spirits, Amber or Void, get removed just to make sure. Because so far, Quinn has been playing an awful lot of Pango Ember in this tournament. I think like 70% of his games is one of those 2 heroes. He's had a couple of others. His hero pool is quite diverse. But if you find 2 or 3 heroes that you're exceptionally good on and they fit the tempo of the game and how your team is playing, you pick them every game you can.
No need to change anything. You can't ban all of them. There are other bans that you need to take care of, especially if you pick hero, I don't know, like an alchemist, so you need to protect him with certain heroes. Doesn't like to play into TB. There has been a rise of Medusa in this patch as well, like Scotty Buyer, also having a BKB piercing ability, a lot of team fight, really difficult to burst. TSM, banning out that Underlord that we mentioned, banning out Pango that you talked about.
Yeah, there's still the ability, like, I would kind of like to see, like, IO or Lesh ban here, because there's still the ability for Gaming to, yeah, nice. Because, yeah, they could still go for their IO Lesh double pick in the second phase and say, hey, we've got Alk, IO Lesh, 3 unkillable heroes tethered up and being healed. Would have been super nasty.
If they want to go with, like, sure, from the mid lane, any kind of a spirit, Lesh is still also very pickable, I would say, even without IO. The other one that has been really amazing in this patch, like even in the previous patch, Thunder did play a lot of Riki. We've seen Carry Riki also being picked up. Oh god, this is Alchemist with Empower.
Here we go.
Good luck dealing with it. All he needs is like 3 minutes and he's gonna farm Radiance if he's empowered.
That's wild. Right, so what's your dream team then? The remaining 2 picks. You mentioned Invoker. Give him Alacrity, give him Empower. What else?
Definitely not happening.
Sad.
But maybe get Big Boy Ogre somehow in the action. Find a way to amplify Alchemist damage.
We've had that a fair amount. I think it's all been on the mainstream, but I know Collapse has been playing it off lane. I think one of the Chinese teams picked him up as well, going for this Midas, Crimson Guard, Halberd. Just getting an awful lot of multicast and farming quickly, but yeah, not in this game, sadly. As Monkey King is grabbed by TSM.
10 seconds
Is that going to be our Timado hero? I guess we're leaving Bryle until end.
5 seconds remaining.
Still flexibility with Monkey King to go mid. If Quinn grabs Ember Spirit, don't know why my brain lagged just then. If there's an Ember Spirit, put Monkey mid. You got a lane matchup that you're happy with.
Yeah, and now because they, like, I mean, they banned Shadow Fiend, which could say most likely this is not a Lesh pick from Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be melee hero, maybe something like a Dragon Knight to have a little bit more tower presence. Then again, you might be playing it into Monkey King because you said it is flexible. I think Ricky's also fine, but looking at the bans, this screams Ember Spirit.
It does.
Huskar plus Shadow Fiend.
So is that Quinn saying he's not afraid of Monkey King, or is it some elaborate bait by Gaiman?
You've been casting a lot of South American Dota. You know that it's coming. If there's an Ember Spirit and there's Monkey in the game, they will be playing on a mid lane against each other for sure.
They will. So that's then Quinn saying, I don't care. I DC Monkey. But then also TSM are thinking, they're banning these 2 heroes. Should we just ban Ember now? Or we let it through, right? You start to get in this confused state of what are they doing? What are they thinking?
Void Spirit is a better matchup if we talk about Ember Void against Monkey, because he does have physical resistance from the shield compared to magical from Ember if he is playing into Monkey in the end.
God, they're taking this sweet time with this. I mean, TSM set themselves up pretty well. For not just laning stage, but mid-game as well. I just always love having Enchantress Beastmaster with the vision they give out of Hawk and a neutral creep. Monkey King on top of the trees. Great ways to get in with Raw, Primal Spring, set up with a Maiden. And quite a lot of damage from them. Good tower taking ability as well. Just lacking that little bit of, extra punch with maybe a bit of magic nuke damage that Bryle might need from the mid lane, if this is a safe lane Monkey.
Yeah, definitely. Enchantress, Crystal Maiden, like, sure, they can roam around early on. Beastmaster, not the hero that tends to move. He wants to sit in the lane, gets his items, then start to roam around, but it does take, like, good 15-20 minutes, depending on the game.
TSM FTX.
There it is. Void Spirit for Quinn.
Makes more sense. We talked about the physical against magical damage, and now let's see if TSM still wants to play this Monkey on a mid lane, or if they want to have a little bit more magical damage coming out from that mid lane.
Yeah, I wonder what there is for Bryle if he doesn't pick this Monkey. His hero pool's primarily been Storm Spirit, SF, Pango. Those 3 have been the big 3 for him. That's an Omni Knight carry for Tomato. We've seen this a little bit. No, Tomato Monkey is a mid lane Omni Knight.
I forgot what changed for Omni. It's like something with his hammer. Yeah, now it's upgradable by Shard. Allows Omni to be healed for 30% of the damage dealt by Hammer of Purity. Every 6 seconds, Omni Knight's next attack automatically fires a Hammer of Purity at the target. That's it. That's it. That's pretty much all the changes. Well, we said that they're gonna play it a little bit differently. Try to experiment.
Bryle hasn't picked his hero. He's like, you guys picked me Omni Knight? What's good? Nah, this is pretty solid. Like Omni carry with this new harpoon. You get a blink, you've got a lot. Like, Omni does a lot of damage with purification. We so often see him just as a support hero that heals, but he outputs a lot of damage if he can get on top of a target, stick on them. With a few slows and stuns, you can take people down.
Huh. I don't know what to feel about Omni Knight on a mid lane. Definitely hyped to see how it's going to be played out. Not the matchup that I expected. But yeah, also a hero that can't really move that easily from lane to lane. Monkey, as a carry, he does tend to join some of the earlier fights. So let's see how that one's going to go. But yeah, still heavily favoring Gaming Gladiators lineup. They have the speed, they have the aura builders, they have really good scaling into the mid-late game. You also have Magnus with the Alchemist, so I'm not sure if they can invade jungle, find Doraccio, because they also have very good heroes inside of Gaming Gladiators to protect this Alchemist. They can easily roam around as 4, get stuff done. You have Void Spirit as your mid laner, doesn't rely on any cooldowns, so can be anywhere on the map pretty much.
Yeah, do you have a feeling or a fear that Gaming Gladiators lanes are a little more delicate than TSM's ones? Or is it just going to be a fact that they just play a little more defensively in the first couple of levels and then think about protecting Alk?
Two supports inside of TSM do like scale well if they're having a good laning stage, but if these heroes get shut down in the lanes, if they die like 2 times, Enchantress plus Crystal Maiden, this could easily go really wrong real quickly.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. TSM, like we were saying, already eliminated. So playing for a bit of fun and pride here, a bit of practice, as Gaming Gladiators are already qualified. So both of these teams, not anything to play for in terms of points. It's going to be figuring out how to advance yourselves. Smoke down bottom from TSM. No smoke up top from Gaming Gladiators. Nobody going to be meeting each other. It would be funny, though, if they both went to the twin gates together and then passed through at the same time, just teleporting from one side of the map to the other at identical timings, but we won't have that. Gaming Gladiators move to mid. They want to gather up bounty runes, set themselves up for their lanes. And TSM, they're thirsty. They want first blood.
They might find Quinn here. Wrapping around, Tomato could start things off with Boundless Strike level 1.
And Quinn spots Bryle. Rejoins the rest of his team. Gaming Gladiators, yeah, good idea there. Realizing TSM are all down that bottom right-hand side. So no contest in the end, just get the 2 bounty runes apiece.
Now, nobody
A bit of a long walk back to your lanes. So mid lane, Quinn up against Bryle, Void Spirit against Omni Knight. Hammer of Purity level 1. Quite a lot of harassment from this guy, and there's a lot of pure damage from Omni.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Like, first of all, his abilities should be renamed, considering it's pure damage. It should be called Purification. P-U-R-E, and same goes for Hammer of Purity. So that you know that it's a pure damage. That makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know, I think it's already obvious enough. They call purity and purification.
Looking at the Guardian Angel, great against Alchemist right click, but they still have a ton of magical damage burst on Gaming Gladiators, so I'm not sure if they're gonna get like the real value from it. Let's see. One thing that still confuses me is whenever Void Spirit uses Resonant Pulse. Having that extra bar, the red bar, I always feel like there's a hero hiding underneath Void Spirit. Oh god, Whitemon, he's getting harassed. Blood Grenade, another concussive shot.
Yeah, they see him. Final touches from Tofu. He ignores the courier, goes for the killing the Enchantress instead. First blood for Gaming Gladiators up in this top lane. And it's like you said, a couple of early deaths for Enchantress or Maiden really could start to bleed out and snowball these lanes for GG. Tomato under pressure as well.
It's all about those little things. Tofu backpacking every single item using Tango to get more regen. How's Mid doing? This is a fun lane. Ryle.
5 denies. 4 last hits. 6 and 3 on Quinn. I mean, Void Spirit, universal hero. 69 base damage. 65 on the Omni Knight with the Quelling Blade. So Quinn has the slight advantage, but then you're dealing with Purification. Especially when it's level 2. He's just going to be, one-shotting range creeps, basically.
Omni Knight's a bit low on mana here. Is bringing bottles. Same goes for Quinn. Water runes are there. We don't see too many heroes moving to the mid lane, like 2-4 minutes into the game. Sometimes you'll see a support moving there 6 minutes into the game just to be able to secure the rune. Ratio having a good time. 10 CS on him. And also, now with your Griel's Greed being innate ability, you can actually go for the kills. You do have Unstable Concoction, you do have Acid Spray. Celery in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, steps forward into the Blood Grenade, Crystal Nova, but Duratio there with a Concoction. Building up the brick wall to hold back TSM. Yeah, Duratio having a grand old time down there. Just needs to ferry additional regen down to himself. Getting helped out by the Rubik. You're under a lot of harassment and spam. It's annoying against the Axes and the Crystal Nova spam, but with Magic Stick charges and all the good stuff, you should have enough to withstand it. It does also mean Beastmaster having a decent time, not really harassed too much. So they've set up a solid lane here for Kasane on one of his best heroes. Curious to see what kind of build he goes for, because we've had some shift-ups. I've seen his Beastmasters going this Vanguard Aghanim Scepter. Yesterday, though, we had... who was it? It was Zeal, wasn't it? Zeal playing the Helm of the Dominator 2 games in a row, bringing back the old school build. But it looks like here it's just going to be Vanguard, Arcane Boots, Cloak for Kasane, build auras.
He was the only Beastmaster that we were casting that decided to go for the older build from the previous patch. Most of these newer builds do include Helm of the Dominator, Guardian Greaves, Pipe, pretty much every aura you can buy.
Now that Ace up top, no real difference. Offlane is just buying Vanguard as quickly as they can. Quinn, feeling the wrath of Broyle's Omni Knight in the mid lane. You can see how much damage Purification and a Hammer does. They've secured themselves the top water rune for Quinn at the very least. Tofu making a rare move into mid around that 4-minute mark. Hands over a Tango, can pop back up top. And that's just an indication of how well top lane is going. Magnus feels comfortable alone, even against a Monkey King Enchantress, which honestly is quite surprising.
They can't really kill him. He can skewer away unless they catch him with the Boundless Strike mid-cast. But also, he is very close to his own tower. CSing nicely, sitting on top of CS. Tofu did secure the kind of lane for him. Saving a point on Tofu for now. Just has 2 points in Concussive Shot at the moment.
We'll see what he needs. Hammer Purity spam. The Void Spirit Shield doesn't protect you against this Omni Knight damage. Quinn finding that out the hard way. Gonna need some more regen to come. There's a Bryle winning the Battle of Trades. Does get dragged a little bit under tower. Quinn trying to outplay him. I think Bryle's okay with plenty of stick charges. A bit of calm now. It's going to favour Gaming Gladiators. They're the ones who want to break out of this laning stage and get the Alchemist into some jungle stacks, protect him.
Ari's here.
As he's farming, they do move into mid with the Maiden, and yeah, there's the damage. Ether Remnant comes a little too slow. There's a Concoction, channel bottom, goes on to Kasane. No real follow through. Creep wave pushing towards the dire side.
Scan for himself, but I think the scan missed because Ari was already there. He went a bit of a different direction. Now, gonna be stacking some jungle for Beastmaster.
And build things up with those wild axes.
We also don't see as much stacking as we did in the previous patch because there's always something to do. Picking up Lotuses. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, you gotta go for XP rune. Ari's still sticking around the mid lane, knows that Void Spirit is level 5. Maybe they can make another go on him.
Yeah, potential is there. It doesn't look like Gaming Gladiators want to bring anyone into the mid lane to protect him either. Tofu sticks up at top, Celery staying bottom, just guarding your side lane cores. You really do just leave your mid laner on an island in a lot of these games. I want to make sure there isn't too much room to maneuver here for TSM. And Celery just going to hold back the wave while Dyrachyo farms the small camp. So what's the Alchemist at now? Net worth 3,600. Treads, Soul Ring, and rushing straight into Radiance.
You can't allow Alchemist to farm like this. You need to make some kind of a move. This is my worry for TSM's draft, because Omni Knight from a mid lane, maybe he can with the phase boots, maybe with the active rune, can make a rotation. You also need Primal Roar to be available, which is going to be online relatively soon. But look at the Dyrachyo farming. Something is so satisfying about watching Alch farm. And this is also a safe place to farm. One of the reasons why Alchemist is relatively, by relatively I mean super strong in this patch, because he can be still close to tier 1 tower. There's going to be heroes soaking up experience, and then he can also help out. We'll get that healing salve on, using acid spray, try to get a little bit more XP. Oh no, he might stun himself here.
He finds Kasane, thankfully, for Dyrachyo. Yeah, you're right, just farming these medium and small camp stacks, building up bank. Completely uncontested. All of TSM's focus looks like it's heading into the mid lane. Bringing Ahri here again. Quinn sat around 60% health. Tofu lurking nearby, but even the Enchantress looking to join in as Celery gets the grab on the Maiden. Quinn makes the jump in, but Astral steps off towards the 8-minute rune, which has spawned up top. A DD for Whitemon. And Quinn, with no more Astral steps and no level in Dissimulate, has 12 one charges, but a lot of danger coming his way.
Purity.
With the Hammer of Purity arriving again. Nice Ether Remnants drag the back, tries to deny himself to neutrals, but Bryle gets the takedown on the Void Spirit.
Okay. Bryle off to a really good start on Omni Knight. Now making a move to the bottom lane. Let's see if they can find Dyrachyo. He's farming underneath the vision of a Hawk at the moment. DSM, we have 3 heroes available in vicinity.
Hey, surrounding Dyrachyo. And Chemical Rage, how long's that left on it? He might just die inside this roar. Channeling Concoction, looking to stun up Bryle at least. And here comes Quinn with an Ether Remnant. Resonant Pulse, blasting
Ice
into
Frog.
the Omni Knight. Looks like Dyrachyo might just be able to survive this. Gets away past the tier 1, but the Hammer of Purity follows him. Cleanses the Alchemist.
D'Amato goes through Twin Gate just to get the Boundless Strike on Alchemist. Comes back to the top lane to continue farming. They needed that 4th hero. If there is no Boundless Strike, he potentially lives there with another TP rotation from Tofu. Win.
Yeah, another Resonant Pulse, has an Astral Step in 3 seconds. Gonna need these 1 charges to stay alive. Buys a bit more time for himself to jump away and celebrate. And he's nearby looking to defend his Void Spirit. Looks like Bryle can't quite get in range with the next hammer. And Gaming Gladiators rallying around their mid lane and now protecting him around 10 minutes in.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, you can just see though, like you've been saying, a lot for TSM to do. They've got to bring numbers. They need that additional hero just to make things work. And that gives space. You know, sure, you're killing the Alchemist, but you're giving a lot of room to this Magnus, who is pretty much as farmed as him. Closing in on 5k net worth for Ace.
He's been free farming, as you said. Vanguard, really unkillable, has Empower maxed out, and Bryle will drop.
Yeah, solo kill by Quinn. And then Whitemon, wrong place, wrong time. Tomato, he's in, but lifted away. Has the long range hit to take down Celery. Wanting Tofu with a Boundless Strike, and Tomato comes out with a double kill. In the end, not so bad for TSM, but losing the Omni Knight to
They're also going to find Dyrachyo potentially.
Who are they?
No Boundless. A little bit of a slow here.
Alpha Wolf behind him, Tomato with a lot of damage. About 120 per hit. Yes, the Jingu going, but Dyrachyo with a Chemical Rage on. Too tanky. And Ahri too slow, sadly, this Crystal Maiden. Just the boots, no wind lace yet. Couldn't close the gap in time. But this...
We said that Monkey, he's the one who can be active early on, and that's exactly what Tomato is doing. First he goes to the Twin Gate, then he joins. Fight, gets 2 kills on 2 supports, goes back to the top lane. Not an easiest kill to get, maybe with the TP rotation on Ace, they could try to set up something.
Yeah, they jump the Magnus. He's got Vanguard, Double Circle, incredibly tanky Magnus, and he'll just skewer out of danger. A good couple of moves from TSM. They get that bottom tier 1, closing that bottom lane in around Dyrachyo a little bit, so he doesn't have easy access across to these outer ring neutral camps you were saying were a little easier to farm. Whitemon's clearing them all out. And Gaming Gladiators still putting a lot of emphasis on defending Quinn in the mid lane. Try and dangle him in front of Bryle. Make the Omni Knight overstep a little bit and have this Rubik Scarith Mage strike with their level 6s ready. I've got a lot of damage behind them.
First move from Gaming Gladiators. They're gonna smoke. Tofu got his level 6. And Mystic Flare is available. That's a lot of burst damage. Whoever they catch is gonna get bursted, especially these supports. Kasane might be a bit tanky with Vanguard, with that help of the Iron Will, but yeah, they're gonna find Whitemon.
Easy.
Immediately disappears. Purification as well, stolen from Celery. You need another slow. Astral Step is available.
Yeah, he has to roll back the Void Spirit, but a good lift, allowing Duratio to come in with a concoction, so Alchemist getting involved. A Mystic Flare, Resonant Pulse there to kill off Kasane. A good couple of pickoffs. It's important they do it down in this bottom right-hand corner as well, because like we were saying, TSM were warding, planting themselves in this bottom area of the map, kind of defending the camps away from Alch.
Why is Mystic Flare still invisible?
Oh, I saw that one.
You saw that one?
Yeah.
Okay, on both screens, I paid attention. In Dota, on my VMix, it was still invisible for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah, usually it's invisible for me. I never see it. That's the first one I've seen in a long time, actually, now you've pointed it out. It usually just disappears. Oh, here we go. It's Empower time. And not just the Alchemist. Look at this Void Spirit, Universal Hero with Empower. It's 180 damage per hit, just clearing through Ancients. Echo Saber
They're
coming.
stealing my stacks. Yeah, 200 damage on Magnus. Echo Saber done. Same goes for Void Spirit. He deals a lot of right-click damage. This is a really good scaling lineup. It looked like TSM was doing stuff, but Gaming Gladiators, they're just too efficient at what they're doing on the map. Breaking the smokes, getting some stacks going. Gonna be 14-minute Radiance. You have good 3 cores that scale extremely well. Now starting to put some pressure on the tower. Oh man, Ari, he's like 30% HP, Crystal Maiden smoked, ready to die.
Yeah, he already had a Mystic Flare thrown at him, but they're still going on mid. The stun catching the Monkey King. Bryle, Invis, and Hunting. There's a Hawk flying over here from TSM, so they've got the vision in the area. Spotting Tofu. Springing into action, Tomato. Captain Scarlet out, but in comes Ace. Big old skewer. Arsen's still ready. Will land inside the Wukong's command. Nearly have the 3 of them, but it still looks good here. As TSM, oh, they're turning. Duratio's going to run out of the ring, and Ace is dead. That was super close. Ace nearly had that 3-man RP, but gets cancelled in the middle of it. Duratio charging forward, but the freezing field's there. Can't find the maiden.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. Bryle now getting stunned up. Quinn's with the Ether Remnant, catching out the Omni Knight, and a double kill for Duratio. A very close-fought fight on a knife's edge, but Gaming Gladiators, they're going to find the little advantages here to take down a number of TSM heroes. Tomato is back in, gets the Boundless down, but he's stuck in the Mystic Flare. Now it's invisible. Oh, they're going to kill off the Alchemist, sure, but they're losing so much in the trade. TSM going to get wiped here as Quinn picks up the double kill.
They overextended. Looked really good for TSM, considering the situation. Using Wukong's command with this freshly bought Diffusal Blade, it's a lot of mana burn. Also, he's extremely difficult to kill during it when Omni Knight is behind him. No Guardian Angel. I would prefer if there's just like one valuable point in it.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? With all this right-click damage, you'd expect it to come.
Yeah, I also think it only needs some kind of a buff on Guardian Angel, because it's just like, oh, here's 160 seconds cooldown ability that grants you physical immunity for 5 seconds. It's like very underwhelming. Needs to give something else. Before, it did give regen.
Yeah.
Maybe bring that back.
Could be a good idea.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, what's the axe upgrade? That gives global and status resistance. Okay. Increases duration as well. Just buying magnums on Omni Knight never seems like a realistic thing to do.
There's always a better item to buy.
TSM invading bottom jungle, don't find anything, while Quinn up top makes a move on Tomato. Inside this Wukong's command though, Quinn really struggling to stay near the statues. Tofu was wandering towards the fight. Not going to find an opening on Tomato though. And TSM showing the strength of their draft, grouping up as 4 or 5 heroes, gathering up these objectives, killing tier 1s. But Gaming Gladiators have a 7k lead. Alchemist at 10k net worth, top 3 net worth heroes, all Radiant cores, and getting their big items up. I'm sure you can take places on the map as TSM, take towers, but these fights are going to get even more difficult as time progresses.
And they find him here. Doesn't seem to be the case. He's alone. A lot of members from TSM are very close, but Dyrachyo knows something is up. You can't allow Gaming Gladiators line up to just completely free farm. You need to move around the map, go for these earlier fights.
Yeah, push the issue a bit. They do get on top of Celery mid. Mystic Flare's there onto Whitemon though. Oh, can he get away from this Centaur and Skyrath Mage? Ace says, nah, I'm joining in as well. Axes and Frostbite utilized to try and catch up to Tofu, allowing Brawl to get into position. Bit of back and forth in the mid lane. 2 supports dead on Gaming Gladiator's side. Let's see what TSM do with this. If they can take a tier 1 top or a portion of the map, or maybe just kill this Magnus off. Ace no longer has skewer, can't blink away. Could turn into a piggy, but he's slow to a crawl, and TSM swarm over him. Bryle is mid lane Omni Knight with that 50 additional base damage bonus from his Talon, just crushing them. Oh, he's gonna freezing field the creeps. Kill it all off.
Try to steal some from his teammates. Love it. But yeah. These are the type of moves that they need to make. Quinn also making a solo move. Getting that Deso. This is the build that we've seen from Bryle at the start of Berlin Major. Echo Saber, Deso. Since you're a universal hero right now, you do get a lot of damage. The stats you buy. And Echo Saber does provide you with a decent amount of stats.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, that mana regen was going to help out the Void Spirit too. Keep his spells going. Well, TSM came up here looking for Quinn. And he's long gone. Oh, Phylactery on the Skyrath Mage. Here we go. Oh, we had 3-3 on the offlane Medusa buying it yesterday. Not seen too much of this item. But you were saying Skyrath Mage, he feels like one of the better heroes to buy it on, but it still doesn't feel that impactful.
Definitely doesn't. This is the first, like, when I read the item, I'm like, okay, which hero can use it the best? Skyrath Mage. I tested out in a pub. It was not in B version. Looked very underwhelming. It was also me who was playing it, so it could have been wrong. RP.
Monkey. Heavy RP with a Mystic Flare. Lots of damage on the Tomato, blowing up the Monkey King. And TSM, it looked like they wanted to continue fighting, but it's time to run. The Alk is coming for you. Charging over past the Twin Gates, sees Bryle and Kasane, wants to go for the Omni.
Celery? He'll die.
Taken down. Didn't see what happened there. And Bryle turning, fighting the Alk. A lot of pure damage, putting the blow up. And Dyrachyo surviving, healed back, and has a BKB to protect himself. Concoction channeled once more. So many disables here from Gaming Gladiators as they pick their targets, acquiring heroes that they desire, that they must die, and they make them fall quickly.
They were kind of close, but you didn't see what happened. Celery died to Whitemon's skeletons and troll. He was trying to get rid of them, but unable in the end. And Dyrachyo almost dropping there, manages to get his stick, get his BKB off. Dragon Scale also providing a little bit of extra armor, extra bit of regeneration with all this minus armor from Deso. And of course, Acid Sprays are going to be able to bring it down. We'll pick it up.
It's another situation where TSM have gone to Roche and fallen short. There's so many of these games, this decision to try and sneak a Roche and get it done quickly, met by his tankiness, resilience of Roche, much stronger nowadays. I couldn't find that timing. Losing another big team fight.
Neutral item that Quinn's holding. Specialist Array. Passive is not working. He took it only for stats and damage.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, 5 all attributes. You're getting 15 stats, plus 12 damage. And what is it with Universal Heroes? 0.6 per stat?
0.6 per stat, yes.
Okay, so you're getting like 10? So you're getting 22 damage, basically, from this item. It's pretty hefty. Well, Ace empowering up Dyrachyo as they push out that top tier 2. Everybody grouped up. Tofu showing himself, which is a little spooky because Tomato and Bryle are lining up a jump. Boundless strike with the catch. Celery lifted. Monkey King can't get the Boundless. The Roars on the Alchemist as Whitemon comes in and clears up both supports. Ace on the sidelines, trying to find a Blink RP opportunity, but Whitemon sticking on his tail. Magnus didn't have the chance, but maybe now they can think about turning around. And they don't want to in a 3v5. They'll just retreat. They've spent BKBs. They don't have their supports. They realize it's not a fight worth taking anymore.
You got him. With the Remnant, but they're gonna disengage. Quinn
Radiant's
holding
bottom tower is under attack.
Shield Rune in his bottle, plus Resonant Pulse. That's a lot of physical reduction. Both of these do get dispelled by enchant, so gotta be careful of that one.
I'm going for Nullifier next. Is that Heavenly Grace?
Yes.
Is that dispelled? That's about it. What's Ace up to? Yeah, hey, that's a Harpoon. Has to RP. Ace still gonna die though. Oh, wasted RP there, getting caught up in the mid lane while up at top. Ari close to death. A Frostbite thrown in there onto Whitemon
That's
from
the
Celery.
first death.
And they do take down Quinn's Aegis. Respawn.
No Astral Step available.
To simulate, there's long range though, gets down into low ground on the river, but look at Bryle go. Immediate damage onto Quinn's Void Spirit, requiring Celery to hold them back. And more jumps from Tomato. Another Harpoon back in. Quinn attempting the TP. Bryle's there with the damage, not quite enough in time. And now Duraccio, he's in, concocting the Monkey King. Kasane, Bryle charging on the Celery. The Rubik's getting run over. The Steamroller of TSM is coming into play.
Tower is under attack.
Gaming Gladiators being booted out of this top lane.
They want to get their Tormentor, get some shards potentially, but there's still tier 1 tower on the top lane. They don't want to risk it too much. Ari also down to half HP. Same goes for Tomato. Whitemon will try to heal him up a little bit with Nature Attendants. And these are the type of fights that they need to take. They have 3 very strong frontliners. Beastmaster holding the Crimson, holding the Pipe, and Harpoon. This item, like we wanted to see Echo Saber upgrade for a very long time. It does synergize nicely with some of these heroes. Mentor will die in the end. Crystal Maiden receives the shard. Much better than Whitemon.
Yeah, oh for sure.
This little new friends, it's just super underwhelming still.
You only want the shard for the additional creep you can control, really. Yeah, the little friends doesn't feel too potent at all. But yeah, these last couple of fights really becoming apparent that Gaming Gladiators have got to be more protective of their supports. Tofu and Celery, you know, stepping out, coming out of the fog, not hiding in the trees, getting jumped by the Monkey King. Have to find little pockets of safety for themselves. The Celery gets found out in that bottom lane. And you've got a very farmed Alk, Void Spirit, and even this Magnus, very tanky in his own right. You can't let these supports die because you don't want to be going into these 3v5s. What's Quinn at now? 166 plus 82. 250 odd damage. Desolate and Nullifier. Now feels like he should be ready to go. Level 16 there for him. Level 17 Alchemist. Closing in on the slot cuirass for Duraccio. So another round of big items for Gaming Gladiators coming soon.
They definitely feel like they need another set of items. This is the Nullifier against Guardian Angel, and of course AC that is about to be finished on Alchemist, which will make them more tanky. Minus armor is going to be through the roof. Oh no, he might be in trouble. Duraccio.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, acid sprays and blinks away. Drums popped. TSM hunting in the tree lines, won't find the Alchemist there. Duraccio being much more careful with his positioning. But they will collapse on this tier 2. And TSM looking good even at a 9k net worth deficit. After losing Roshan, they're still playing strong. Sticking together, players 5 swarm the map. And they're sweeping through from bottom up towards top. And just clearing out areas of the jungle, stealing farm away from the Alchemist, and closing Gaming Gladiators into a corner in the top left corner of the map. We now start to get a few defensive items on these Radiant supports. 4 staff up for the Skywrath, 4 staff for the Rubiks, and now a bit of protection for themselves primarily to get away from the Monkey and the Omni Knight.
It's such a good tool to deal with them, even though you have to be very close. If you click on 4 staff, like, you gotta be extremely close to a target that you want to save. Again, this phylactery, it just doesn't feel like it does anything. Gives you a little bit more stats, gives you that like extra slow, extra damage on your Arcane Bolt or Ancient
Radiant's
Seal.
bottom tower is under attack.
But compared to these defensive items, like 4 staff still always gonna be much more valuable. Glimmer Cape, drums, anything pretty much. Or if it has an upgrade. I feel like we might be getting an upgrade to this item. Double damage on Quinn. Still need to be careful about dispelling it. Nice repositioning.
Great catch on the Monkey King. Really wonderfully done. And Gaming Gladiators, they want that +1. Bryle, oh my god! Quinn's damage.
400 plus. Almost 450.
Jesus.
DD, Empower, has that nullifier. It's time to go for the high ground. Enchantress is still not there, so
Radiant's bottom
he cannot dispel it.
attack.
Double damage up and running.
It's monstrous, really.
Radiant's
Duracho frontlining. Freshly purchased Assault Cuirass. DD Quinn going to work on the towers, helped out by the Dragon Scale.
This is something that TSM did before. They don't defend their base. When they played against PSG LGD, all 3 sets of barracks were not defended.
Now they just let them go, trying to gather farm elsewhere on the map. Yeah, understandable in this position in particular. 2 heroes dead, your position 1 and 2 not ready to fight. So it makes sense, you just let one lane go, maybe try and fight now. But
Good lift.
Harpoon's in, lifted back, Laura's good, Duracho control, but the LP from Ace gets in onto 2 of them. The Beastmaster Omni-Knight caught up in the stuns. Quinn dropping low, has to step away as Duracho opens up on Brawl, but he's tanky. This Omni-Knight not tanky enough to withstand Duracho's slaps of the axes. Crystal Maiden under the Glimmer Cape spotted by the reveal. And in they go under tier 4 for Ace to skewer back Whitemon, clear them out. 4 heroes down, and Gaming Gladiators going for tier 4 towers now.
They have buybacks. I don't see any. One on Omni-Knight is available. Monkey doesn't have it. He needs to use it. I mean, the game's just gonna end. I mean, even if it's the buyback, I don't think it's enough. Now there's skewer back.
Yeah, grab him. Concoct him. Control up Kasane. There's no buyback, and GG's cool. 28 minutes on the dot. Gaming Gladiators will take game 1. Glad it always felt like Gaming Gladiators were in the lead for the draft. The lane stage looked good, but mid-game came around and TSM, they were getting some good ganks up, getting some good plays, and then they mess up the Roshan. They mess up a couple of moves, and Gaming Gladiators, they just go straight for throne.
I think TSM needed to have these moves a couple of minutes earlier before these items started to pile up on side of Alchemist. 3 cores on Gaming Gladiators. They deal a lot of physical damage. Pretty much everybody does. Like Quinn at one point had 400 plus damage with that Deso. I think he had 20 Deso charges because he was fighting non-stop. Something about this team, what makes them scary is understanding of their timings, when they can actually take the fight, when they can go Roche, and also delaying the timings, playing with the heroes. Like you'll see 2 supports going for an adventure in the enemy jungle, dying, or getting a kill potentially, while Alchemist is farming. That one death on Duracho didn't really stop him from farming and getting his 13-14 minute Radiance timing.
Yeah, it really didn't. Some cool stuff, though. You know, Bryle mid, Omni-Knight, this Echo Saber Blink seemed pretty potent. It could be something that we look towards later on down the line in the Berlin Major. Harpoon, super cool item as well. Love to see that. Well, there we go. Game 1 for Gaming Gladiators in this best of 2. So we'll take a quick break and find out what happens next.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want.
Welcome back to the Ember stream as we continue the last day of regulation play for the group stage, getting ourselves into game 2 of TSM against Gaming Gladiators. We can see Lacoste where they stand currently.
Nothing has changed pretty much. TSM still eliminated from the major, even after this game. Gaming Gladiators still securing the upper bracket for themselves. Execration, again, eliminated. There's going to be a battle between like 4 teams who's going to go up, who's gonna go down, pretty much. But yeah, a lot of Dota, a lot of good Dota still ahead of us. These group stages matches tend to be like very chaotic, considering that they are BO2s. So you want to get some of the like easier dubs relatively early on into the group stage if possible. But most of the time it's like, you do manage to get a draw, then another draw, and you lose against some of the better teams. I think that's what happened to some of these teams that got eliminated already. And yeah, I want to see what TSM is going to bring into the second game. I want to see how much they're going to experiment this Omni Knight from the mid lane. Didn't look too bad. It's problem I had with their draft is it's not fast enough to move and contest Alchemist. You're going to get outscaled, as we've seen. This was pretty much mid-game, 27, 28 minutes into the game. All 3 cores on side of Gaming Gladiators did have like 3-4 items, and they were fight ready.
Yeah, there seems to be a big difference between the combinations of heroes that the TSM has and Gaming Gladiators have. You know, think about their support pairing. The Sky and Rubik felt like they could be in any lane, pairing with a Magnus and Alka or Void Spirit, finding kills. Whereas TSM, you know, they always needed more. Gaming Gladiators could make moves with 3 heroes. TSM needed 5 pretty much every time. Like Monkey King was joining that fight down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map very early on to try and contest the Alchemist. They just needed that additional bit of firepower to try and get yourselves off the ground. We'll see how they deal with things this time around. Banning out the Crystal Maiden and the Doom in the first phase, as Gaming Gladiators remove Underlord and Storm, leaving the Chen in the pool.
Also leaving Enchantress for Gaming Gladiators. One of Celery's better heroes. He knows how to move around the map. He played it. There was, I think it was ESL One Stockholm, like the Stockholm Major, where he was playing Enchantress 7 out of 10 games or something. I think I remember the stats correctly at one point of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even at the recent majors, right, like Arlington and Lima, we were looking at Gaming Gladiators' support hero pool. Very, very shallow. It's like Io and Dying Ench. That's like pretty much it. Cue for the light for gaming.
10 seconds remaining.
Going to be a flexible hero. You know, can be offlane, can be support. Don't really see it too much in the mid lane anymore, but we'll see if they want to try and test something, try something out.
Most likely going to be 4 here, but as you said, they do have flexibility. Ace played it during the DPC season, during the DPC tour.
And it's like, do you straight up pick your combo? I was thinking Pango or Ember Spirit or something, the combos with the Kotal, but I guess Medusa is a combo too.
It is not the most flashy one. Wow, he replenished mana for Medusa, now she's tanky. Woohoo!
She goes from unkillable to super unkillable.
10 seconds remaining.
Now you need to start thinking about counters for Medusa already, whether you want to pick carry straight away, or you want to like maybe pick a Monkey, who's a flexible pick, builds into the Fusel Blade.
Okay.
There's the counter, the old school counter to Medusa. I want to see how they approach banning against Anti-Mage. I'm always a big fan of LC, Slardar, these type of heroes put a ton of pressure on Anti-Mage.
Yeah, those incredibly strong laners.
Heroes that don't need mana, they can still pack a punch against AM and push him out of the lane.
The passive heroes. Yeah. I mean, this AM versus Medusa matchup's quite an interesting story over the past 5, 6, I mean, over the past 10 years, hell. You think back to Dota 1, it's like you pick AM into Medusa. AM counters Medusa because they were both late game heroes, and AM burns mana, AM wins. And then we had this period more recently, maybe 2 years ago, where Medusa was winning games at 25 minutes, right? She became a fast-paced hero. So she was defeating AM teams faster than he could be ready to fight. They would be done 25, 30 minutes into the game, and AM's like, well, I've got Battle Fury Manta, I'm not quite ready yet. Yeah. Where do we stand now? Is it back to AM countering Medusa, or does Medusa still have that tempo? What's the deal?
I think it's the same thing still, because Anti-Mage will need another item. Like 2-item Medusa, especially if these are big items. Manta style. Scotty, like maybe a Dragon Lance in between. If you also want to get, like if there's a lot of physical, you can also fit in like second item Butterfly. I remember when Miracle was playing Medusa a couple of years back. It was Manta style into Divine Rapier, like second item. Yeah. Divine, just to be able to hit an earlier timing against AM, because he's not fight ready. With just Manta style Battle Fury, he blinks in, he's dead most of the time. Does have a little bit more survivability with the Chen, Mech, maybe Guardian Greaves at the time, Hand of God as well. So they banned out Centaur, another hero that also doesn't need mana to fight against AM, builds into Vanguard. Anti-Mage can't really push him out of the lane. And also Gaimin banning out Pangolier, another hero that builds into the Fusel Blade from a mid lane that could cause problems for Medusa. I'm down for them to ban Riki as well. Mid Riki is really good. Builds into the Fusel Blade, great against Keeper of the Light, great against Medusa as well. And there's the Legion Commander that we mentioned. I'm really surprised that we did not see Legion Commander being picked up. I gotta check the stats for Legion, because the hero feels really strong.
Yeah, I think she's shown her face on some of the other streams from time to time, and we've had her banned maybe
twice. Oh my god, maybe this is why. They checked the win rates. 7 games, 28% win rate.
Oh dear. So was that 2 out of 7?
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good looking at those numbers. But it could also be weaker teams, some of the teams that got eliminated, that picked it, lost the game.
Had to trying things out. So Medusa's item build, you're saying, hasn't really changed that much. Still goes for all these stat items from the carry roll. I think we've seen Tundra playing offlane Medusa, going for some kind of weird build. A 3-3, just like grabbing Phylactery and stuff like that.
Shiro yesterday played Medusa. He went for the Fusel Blade, I believe.
Oh yeah, true. It was Manta Diffusal, wasn't it?
You want to burn my mana? I'll burn yours. I have extra illusions as well. It doesn't burn as much mana, only 8 mana per illusion, but still, it is something.
What did he end up with? Manta, Diffusal, Skadi. Oh, he went for the other. Finished off Disperser, MKB, BKB. Yeah, looks very tanky. There's a lot of damage. Anyway, that second round of bans all done. Into third pick for Gaming Gladiators. Do they take the Slardar? Nope. Do they take the Legion? Nope. Both banned. What's the other hero that deals with AM in lane? Is it a bounty hunter? Can he do it? Steal the money.
Steal his gold, delay his Battle Fury timing. This is a good way to deal with it. So now with the Keeper of the Light, there's going to be spam, reduce cooldown. Provide some mana as well if you need, so that like you don't necessarily need to have like... Okay, ESM. They're going back to their own roots. Asane Broodmother, last time he played it. Extremely powerful, did not die a single time, with some crazy KDA on his Broodmother.
Yeah, still pretty sickening what you can do with this Brood. Spin those webs all across your lane and into the jungle. There's a lot more camps to be stealing. It feels much better taking that. You're taking a third of the map away from your opponents if you have a good laning stage. Get off the ground, run it.
Pretty much. They have no lockdown whatsoever. I think this opens up heroes like Puck, potentially, against AM, and also Ember Spirit. They just go with standard stuff. Ember Spirit is Quinn's better heroes, deals better with the Broodmother. I think that's the leverage that they have here. Have something against the Spiderlings. Medusa can also like sit in the lane for, I would say, a relatively long time. Now with the addition of Keeper of the Light, Blinding Light being his basic ability, he's not as killable as he was before. Like, doesn't need that level 6 anymore to deal with the Broodmother. Gaming Gladiators should also probably look into banning out Shadow Fiend, because they banned out Huskar. I want to see more Necro. I think Necro is really underrated hero right now, especially with his new shard where you can like dodge stuff with it and close the gap, something that he kind of lacked. This hero is super slow.
Yeah, jumping around Death Pulse is still pretty funny for me to see it happen. He's teleporting around. Like when a vampire turns into a bat and flies around, Necro does the same thing.
So TSM also keeping an option that this Medusa is going to be maybe off lane because they just banned out Slark. I don't think it's what's going to happen. There was a time, I think it also was Nigma Galaxy who played Medusa from the off lane 2 years back when people picked Anti-Mage as a counter. So they picked another carry that counters Anti-Mage.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty good switch up if you can get it done. I want to look back. I've referenced it a couple of times now. I want to actually see what 3-3 bought on that build. On that hero, even. So yeah, he had Phylactery, Aghanims, Octarine, Manta, Boots of Travel 2 on this Dusa. Spamming stakes non-stop. I mean, do you remember like a year ago when we had this tanky Dusa build with Bloodstone, Blade Mail, the shard and stuff like that? You were like unkillable, just spilling damage.
Yeah. Gaming Gladiators, I did mention Shadowfiend. In the end, they ban out Dragonite. It's a good ban, considering that they have chip damage until Medusa gets some kind of a damage item. Like Bounty can't really kill Dragonite, neither does Keeper of the Light with his base high base armor.
5 seconds remaining.
They wouldn't have enough damage. Also, Broodmother providing all these auras could put a little bit more pressure onto towers with Chen. So that's a really good ban for Gaimin.
Yeah, they're also tanky. Like Chen, Brood with auras, Hand of God, heals, Anti-Mage with that counter spell, Rubik with Fade Bolt, yeah, damage mitigation, galore for TSM. Lacking a little bit in that kind of team fight arena. You know, they've got tower push, they've got catch, they've got tankiness, need a bit of nuke damage to try and burst through these heroes like Dusa and Ember Spirit. Still looking, yeah, for their mid lane hero for Bryle. Curious to see what he pulls out. The Omni Knight in game 1 was interesting. Won't get his hands on his classic Storm Spirit. Maybe he'll copy Quinn, pull out the Void Spirit.
I'm down for
Echo
Monkey
Saber.
King from the mid lane. I know we said it in the previous game. Good matchup against Ember. Diffusal Blade, Echo Saber type of a build against Medusa. Wukong's command. Medusa does not like to play into it. He's also a hero that plays relatively fast. Doesn't need items, can easily move across the map. Now map is bigger, so you'll like get the benefit from jumping from the trees. You don't have to go through these paths, scout things out as well. You have 2 seconds left. Let's see what it's gonna be.
Right down
Shakira mid.
Okay. Who it was during Dream League, wasn't it? Sumail did this. Was he against an Ember Spirit? I can't remember what lane matchup he had, but it was a specific lane matchup where Sumail was playing Earthshaker mid. It should be a pretty decent one against the Ember Spirit, though. You've got plenty of last hitting power.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's give them a little bit more control. They needed some kind of a stun against Ember Spirit. Fisher will do that. I think Shaker, just in general, got heavily nerfed in the previous patch, considering all the stuns do not last long enough. Oh, Ace Meepo against Anti-Mage. Okay, that's the counter.
Okay. And snare. Throw the nets at him. Oh, super excited for this. Are we going to get the stacked Meepos?
I forgot about Ace Meepo. It's not, I don't think he played as much Meepo as some other Meepo players. I don't know, Abed definitely comes to my mind. But if it's a good game for it, he will pick it. He also just picked Meepo into Earthshaker. He does not give a damn. It's good against Broodmother, good against Chen. They don't have lockdown for it, so yeah, looking forward to it. And also making a statement for all the teams that are watching Gaming Gladiators. This is also going to be the hero to potentially ban when they pick lineup like this.
Yeah, it's like, keep this in your mind. Second phase of bans, Ace Meepo could come out and be that last pick for you. Oh, man. And the Mega Meepo could be on the menu today. So we've got Tofu, Kotl, Duraccio, Medusa, Celery Bounty, Quinn, Ember, Ace Meepo. And then TSM, they've got the mid Earthshaker Bryle, Ari Rubik, Whitemon Chen, Kasane Brood, and Tomado Anti-Mage. Oh, looking super exciting. That's a
I just
10
checked.
AM
This
lane.
is the first Meepo of the major.
Is it?
Yeah, it says 0%.
Oh, wow. I would have thought we'd have some more. But yeah, I guess I'm thinking just about Dream League, where we had Execration picking it up a couple of times. That's been a very, very quiet hero for the major then. Oh, looking for the first win. You can go straight to 100% if if Gaming Gladiators get this victory. Not a super important game, though. Gaming Gladiators won 1-0 already over TSM. Both teams secured in their positions. Gaming Gladiators in the playoffs and TSM relegation, sadly.
I'm just looking at their lineup. It looks so wonky. Keeper of the Light, Medusa, Bounty, Meepo. If
That's
this
a
is your
pub.
pub lineup, pretty much you want to get out as soon as possible. Like, there's going to be a couple of deaths. You're like, I don't want to play the game. We have no stuns whatsoever. Medusa wants to farm. Meepo wants to farm. These are professional e-gamer players. They know how to utilize their heroes. Now, Bounty at least does have some kind of a stun. It's not just a mini stun from Shuriken, which has been removed in the previous patch. Now, it doesn't apply slow, but his invisibility does provide pretty good amount of stun. It's 1 second stun level 1, considering like all the stuns got nerfed in the previous one, and we can already see the tips coming out. Ace tipping Brawl, Brawl tipping him back. He knows what's up. Echo Slammer on on Meepo, gotta be a thing.
Yeah. Broil rejoining his team back up top. Everybody smoked up in this one. Both teams going for the 5-man move. Gaming Gladiator is trying to head down to the bottom twin gate, it looks like. I'm getting a bit of high ground ward coverage in that bottom jungle. It's going to be what? Ace? Meepo, Kotl? Yeah, Ace and Tofu down here. What, is that a combo with the chakra poof combo on the Meepo? Just spam
I'm thinking
poofs?
it's level 1, it's 12 second cooldown ability, Earthbind, 16 seconds.
Probably not what they're thinking of. They've just got this Kotl for the Medusa later on. And like we said, the Ember Spirit with a slight chain spam.
It's much better because you want to have melee hero with Medusa, someone that's going to soak up damage, go in, get stuff. Also having 2 melee heroes against Anti-Mage doesn't sound too good. And Chen, Ace, still didn't get anything on his Meepo. Let's see, probably going to be poof level 1. I'm no Meepo expert by any means. So whatever I say, don't
Do the
take
opposite?
me for granted, pretty much.
Yeah, we'll find out what he does with it. Offlane Meepo, what kind of build we get. You remember back in the old days, Meepo used to be a mech buyer. He'd go treads mech every game, just heal yourself up. Then, started getting a bit more skilled with some of these players, buying blinks and hexes and e-blades. And we had the Dragon Lance meta for a long time as well, just racking up the
Double,
stats.
triple Dragonlance, yeah, good old times.
But here, it could be just Wraith Bands. We'll see what he goes for. He does go for Ransack level 1. The Celery trading hits with Kasane, exactly as you said. The melee hero up in the forefront, making sure he tanks things up so Durancho gets that free farm. The Celery doing a great job so far. 1v2, defeating Ari and Kasane.
To go back to your mech Meepo type of a build, this is a build that you go for when you're like finishing quests during Battle Pass season, and you're like, well, I don't know what to buy. I can't really play heroes. I'll buy auras for my own.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're gonna be able to win the game. And wow, killing Broodmother here. We did praise Kasane's Broodmother, but we've seen a couple of games where Medusa does get involved, and also getting like some solo kills.
Like,
Yesterday,
seriously?
Shiro. Yeah.
Dude, this snake at level 1, it's ridiculous. Look at the tooltip. It's like, jump, space damage, mana gain, slow, speed increase, turn slow, duration. It does
That's
so
a lot
many
of
things.
things.
Yeah. And look at Kasane there. One snake getting chipped away at. It all starts to add up in this lane. Good first blood for Duraccio. 6 and 5 as well. Getting a lot of these denies, limiting Kasane's early emphasis in this lane. Salary, always very annoying.
Yeah, this Janata will increase his salary for sure, getting that extra gold. Another Janata ready. Steal his gold. It's mental damage what he's doing. 12 gold is really not much, but you don't want him to keep doing it.
Yeah, especially after you've died. Everything compounds for sure. You want this Wraith Band, you want to be bringing salves and more regen to yourself. You're losing these little bits of gold, and your smaller items get delayed. Makes the lane even more challenging. Around mid lane, though, 8 and 5 for the Ember. Earthshaker 7-4, so pretty even in the last hit department. But Earthshaker taking a lot of burn damage from the Flame Guard. Quinn applying that bit of laning pressure, burning through Braal's regen early on.
You can't take away his Flame Guard, that's the thing. Like, even level 1 Flame Guard is a bit of a difficult one. You need to be close. Once he starts to put an extra points in it, you just don't have enough magical damage.
Yeah, down on the bottom lane, Tofu just popping the blinding light. Tries to kill off the Centaur Corsair. And up at top, Celery and Dyrachyo. They're on to Ahri again. Rubik about to fall. Celery gets the takedown. Doesn't have any stick charges, but he does have a Lotus there, meaning Kasane can't keep giving chase, knowing he's got that bit of pop regen to come into play. I mean, Ace is second in the last hit depart, like 14 and 3 for this Meepo, completely uncontested. Okay, Tomato's getting good farm as well, but you're going to have multiple cores here from Gaming Gladiators that have had free lanes, basically.
Same thing happened in the previous game. Just 3 good scaling cores. You have Ember Spirit, who's off to a great start. Same goes for Meepo. Like, Meepo is the biggest one, because this hero can easily explode. You take one bad fight, you lose Roshan as well. He's about to finish off Power Treads, just gloves away on Meepo. 1-1-1 build. A little bit of that health steal coming out from Ransack.
Yeah, unbothered. And Tofu, next wave, can think about pulling as well. They've got that high ground observer ward still, seeing where the Whitemon Chen is. He's getting a small camp stolen by Tofu as well. This is really irritating for TSM. They'll try and defend it. Blood Grenade and the slow. Penitence, counteracted by the blinding light, pushing Tomato away. Bounty Rune there to be claimed. That'll just leave Tofu's Kotl to run back. While Ahri in that 1v1 fight with Celery up at top, keeping the Bounty Hunter away from the Broodmother so Kasane can finally get some last hits going. Oh yeah, I mean, 5 minutes in, a 2k net worth lead is a signal of things to come.
Once Meepo... Oh, Anti-Mage, he just blinked in aggressively when Meepo got level 4.
That's 2 Meepos
He's
now.
probably gonna die here.
Yeah, and snaring him up. Getting all trapped in these nets. Little fishy. Blinding light pushes him back. Blink is ready, but fraction of a second away. The final touch is there from Ace, just enough to kill Tomato.
Oh my god. This is like
rough.
really rough. It really is. Now, like, you go back to a lane, you misuse your blink one more time, potentially. This game could end, like, because Broodmother is not the hero that plays well from behind. He's in the middle of the pack right now. They do have good counters. Ember Spirit, Blinding Light, Medusa as well can easily sit there.
And they're going on the Chen. Illuminate won't clip him, but Ace looking to dive this tier 1 bottom and kill off Whitemon. Oh, one more hit should do the trick there, and Ace gets another kill. This bottom lane, it's over, it feels like. And Meepo just queuing straight up into the Action Interceptor. We're gonna get it.
Mega Meepo. Straight away. Ace, he knows what's up. Anti-Mage, he can't see us. He's had 4 CS in the last 2 minutes. Forced to blink away.
Super challenging. Gets out of there. Bounty Rune grabbed by Brawl up in the top spot. But yeah, just look at Ace. He sees Tomato, throws a net on him, really putting the fear of God into Tomato. A lot of damage from the poof. There's Ahri trying to join the fight down here. Tomato pretty low, but he's burnt the majority of the mana from Meepo. The trouble being, Ransack does start to add up. Now there are 2 of them. And the arrival of Tofu getting on top of Tomato. Dodges the Illuminate. That was close, but Tofu feeling the wrath now. Both of the TSM supports trying to guard this anti-mage as best they can. Like, you've got this kill on the Kotl, and Meepo's still here 1v3.
He doesn't care. They don't have enough damage to kill him. Also very difficult. Has 11 armor already, 14 when he's sitting underneath the tower. I know we talk a lot about Meepo not focusing on the other lanes. It's a Broodmother lane who's about to crack level 6. Maybe then we start to talk about Broodmother, but yeah. Medusa, complete free farm. Celery securing the lane. Earthshaker does have Echo Slam available. But this is mid Earthshaker. You want to max out your enchant totem before you do anything else.
Yeah. He might get an opportunity if more people come to his lane. But yeah, what does this Mega Meepo exactly do? So it stacks them all on top of each other, but This tooltip is quite an interesting one.
It's massive. Yeah, so you just shoot a meepo. It deals more damage and more slow.
And when they're all riding each other, you get the stats, right? While in this form, he
Yeah.
gains 50% of other meepo stats, can fling them at enemies. Becomes very, very strong.
I'll be honest, Gary, whenever there's a patch, some of these heroes like Lone Druid, Meepo, I tend to read them last. Oh no,
Yeah.
Ace now in trouble.
A huge kill for TSM.
And get out of there.
And Brow's first rotation. Gathering up a kill on the Meepo, while Duracho just going to stone gaze and TP away from Kasane's Broodmother. So TSM making some moves, relieving a little bit of this pressure. Celery going into a fight down in this bottom jungle. Ember Spirits are arriving. Celery keeps tabs on the Earthshaker. A bit of chip damage there. Just looking to catch out Ari. They're going from target to target, not really sticking on one. Ari's up to the high ground. Celery now being turned on by Tomato and Bryle. Flame Guard, the block out. Quinn has to jump over the Fissure with the Remnant, but he can't catch up to Bryle, not quite. The final Sleight of Fist, not enough damage. And Tomato going to run away.
Not enough mana.
I'll go for White
Four
One now
Searing
instead.
Chains, he does have it now. White one looks very dead here.
And Tofu secures it.
Sure, you killed Meepo, but the rest of the team, they are farming. The good thing is Kasane managed to get a little bit more pressure on the top lane. It will open up the map. He will kill the tower. Because right now, Ember can't really go there, doesn't have enough mana. Meepo also wants to stick at this bottom lane, farm his Aghanim Scepter, so there's going to be a way for them to open up the map. Tofu, for now, he's on the top lane, trying to make a little bit of deep push here. Not super effective.
Yeah, we saw that first Illuminate. Killing a couple of little Spiderites, but he's Spiderling scouting out where Tofu's sitting. Tower still going to fall, like you said, is in the mid lane. Celery and Quinn under the tier 1 tower, looking for this Rubik kill. They will trade out 1 for 1. A bit of damage onto the tier 1 tower there now from Quinn.
Celery definitely happy with this type of a trade. Dying first, leaving some solo XP for Quinn. He will come back.
Things not looking as dangerous as they did in the first couple of minutes of the laning stage in TSM there. They're finding some room to maneuver, fighting back a little bit. It looked like, you were saying, this could be a quick one from Gaming Gladiators, the way they can play off the back of their item timings. But we're still going to have Earthshaker and Rubik playing aggressively in that mid lane, looking for the Invis rune, but Quinn's faster with the Remnant. Takes it to refill his bottle. Celery dusted up here by Bryle. Slows him down on the retreat. It's going to take a long time to kill off this bounty hunter, though. He's full HP. Bryle needs some backup. Can't keep the chain stuns going. And Celery waving the high five at him. Like, oh, you're going to keep chasing me. Nice attempt with the Tumbler's Toy to get on top of him, but not quite good enough from Bryle. A bit of space for Broodmother.
A lot of space for Meepo as well, on top of net worth at the moment. Just 1,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be like 13-minute Aghanims on Meepo.
I want to see Ace's face when he gets his Aghanim Scepter. Just imagining the grin from ear to ear. On Gaming Gladiators, they feel like Medusa's strong enough to show her face in the mid lane. A little backstab from Quinn and Celery. Take Bryle to half HP. And White One's here with a Chen. Still level 5, though, on the support from the Radiant side. So lacking a little bit in that teamfight effectiveness. With the Catapult Wave, forcing the deny out of the tower from Bryle. Quinn and Celery still frontlining, looking for this opening. Good slide. Yes, under 3 of them. The chain's catching Earthshaker. Stone Gaze trying to slow him down, but Bryle doesn't face the Medusa. Will not be turned into a statue on his watch.
Tomato, he's here, thinking about fighting. Celery.
Joining in, not getting too much done. At least you force Gaming Gladiators away, but they've already taken what they came for, that tier 1 tower. And can start putting their efforts down to their bottom spot, get the tier 1 there and open up this map a little bit further for themselves.
Tofu has been collecting XP on this top lane for a long time. Managed to find Pavis. It's going to be physical reduction. When he's chasing, I'm going to immediately delete Ari.
Yeah, this bounty hunter's been doing so much work. Celery in behind enemy lines. Does get dusted now, though. Tomato, Bryle. I should be able to line up a Fissure here to catch the bounty. Make sure Tomato will slay him with that Mana Void. But in the meantime, Yeah, Ace is farming, Duracho's farming. Ace created by Celery, not just to get a kill, but to allow the rest of his cores to access ancient stacks and the rest of the camps up in that top jungle.
There's a big difference. Like, Ace is the real carry pretty much in this game. And here it comes, Mega Meepo.
Oh, yes. Lots of nets, lots of poofs, lots of meepos.
A little bit low on mana at the moment.
And AM is still working on that Battle Fury. Going to take quite some time. He picked up one of the swords, but he needs the cornucopia. And the recipe still. Trying to farm out these small camps in a bit of safety down at the bottom part of the map. Well, looks like they've managed to keep Kasane away from the tier 2 top. Kotal gathering up quite a bit of farm. 4,000 net worth on Tofu, in fact, just killing off Spiderlings and wave after wave in that top lane. Like you said, already has the Pavis and now 800 gold saved up to his name. Yeah, it always feels like these little moments of downtime. Like, okay, the anti-mage needs it to get Battle Fury. You want another item on Earthshaker. But you're giving so much space to Gaming Gladiators to get this trio core all set up for their timing around 20 minutes.
Trio core, you're talking about 3 Meepos, right? Because he just got level 11.
Oh boy. Oh, the Hand of God. Quinn. With Celery yet again. This partnership paying off big time in that bottom jungle. Deja vu. Over and over again.
Ace, he's been stacking with 3 Meepos, multiple camps. I'm gonna farm another stacked ancient camp.
You're not watching Celery doing some slick dance moves down in the bottom lane, moving through mid. Dust has worn off. And with the track movement speed, he's out of there.
Faded Broach as well. Very difficult to catch. Going into Drums next, so that's going to be even more move speed. Ari. As Sleight of Fist stolen. That's not going to be enough. Fisher. No Blink Dagger and Brile.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're left into Centaur Stomps in the roots. And Quinn doesn't really care about all that. Blink Dagger next for Ace. Gonna be able to jump this AM and kill him on his own pretty soon. Now I'm just struggling to see what this moment of strength is going to be from TSM. Because even when AM gets Battle Fury, he needs that additional 5 minutes to get to the next item. And then the next one. Earthshaker and Broodmother, a lot of heavy lifting to do.
It feels like AM needs 4 items in this game to be able to fight against what he's playing into. Searing Chains, multiple Earth Binds, Stone Gaze from Medusa. Blink Dagger.
Manta and BKB.
Yeah. Meepo just has his Blink Dagger, so might start to play a little bit more aggressive. Looking for Quinn here. Still no Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. Does have Thunderstoid. Oh, misses! Oh.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks, man.
He might even die here. If the rest of the team shows up. Here they come.
Yeah, half HP Brawl jump by Ace's Meepo. Does get a stun out, but Illuminate and another catch with the ensnare. Take him down. Whitemon TP successful, but Ari not so lucky. Caught up in the traps that Ace will lay down on them. 2 heroes gone immediately. That really does just blow. And Kasane low as well. Did burn all of the Medusa's mana, which is what Tomato's hunting for now. And Duracho realizes, hey, I'll tip him. I saw you. I know you're hunting for me. I've already TP'd home, though.
And this is the build we talked about when you play against Anti-Mage, Manta style into Butterfly on Medusa. So he can't really hit you. You're also playing against Broodmother, so you can park yourself in the lane. Now tier 2 tower opens up. Ace, he's the one who's hunting. When's Mega Meepo gonna show? Like, we had 13 minutes. Yeah. He doesn't even need it. Just blink on top of him, kill him.
Solo kill. Simple as that. Simple as. No problems. Bottom lane, slight change. Quinn, Tofu, Celery. Yet again, back onto Ari. He's going to get a few shields up. I don't know if he can get away with a good blinding light, pushing him to low ground. They've got another round of spells. A flurry from Quinn, thanks to that chakra magic. And Ace roaming around, just looking for his next target. They've got bounty hunters galore. Everyone's just hunting here. I think keep these tracks going. This network lead is going to accelerate even further from the 10k it's already at. I mean, Tofu might have gone a step too far forward, but they've cleared the Spiderling army quickly, and the Chen disappears. Ace still able to go. Blink Dagger up in 7 seconds. Could just break up onto this high ground with Tofu giving the vision. They'll see Kasane. They'll know soon that Tomato and Bryle are here trying to farm Ancients and Large Camp. High ground vision going to get taken down quickly. And there's the Meepo there. Rooting up the Rubik. Ari yet again, this move up to the staircase not going to pay off for him. Ace will slow him down with a ransack. Ember Spirit looking for additional targets elsewhere in the fight. As the Rubik will slowly get whittled down. Oh, they're not going to dive? I was expecting them to jump. Oh,
they're coming
Ace
in.
Finally goes in. Get onto this tier 2 tower. Really make TSM pay for their crimes.
There's no map. They can't really farm. Anti-Mage still needs a little bit more gold to finish off Battle Fury. This is like 19-minute Battle Fury we're talking about. Gaming Gladiators took over the whole map. Meepo getting out of control. About to finish off Eagle Song, going into Swift Blink next. So a lot of stats.
Okay.
That's a lot of agi. He blinks on top of you, you're gonna disappear. Tomato now in trouble again.
Oh, no blink for 2 seconds. He's dead to Celery. Kasane trying to fight Duraccio. They're burning a lot of mana here, but Ace's arrival going to cut this one short. Tanky Broodmother with a Crimson Guard up against the Meepos. Ace keeping one lurking in the shadows, and they drop Kasane to half health, but can't finish her off. At least keeping Duraccio in fighting shape. While down in the bottom lane, Tofu. He's pushing the wave. They nearly scouted out Whitemon and Bryle there. This Kothel is super farmed. He's more farmed than the Anti-Mage with Guardian Greaves now done. Tofu's huge.
It's so much heal coming out from him. First you have Pavis with that 300 damage barrier. Guardian Greaves, Illuminate. Meepo, Ransack is maxed out.
Get him. Kill him. Bryle and Tomato looking to kill off the Kothel. Ace held back. A bit of stun there from Bryle. Did spend the Echo Slam. And Ace still tanky, half HP, but needs some backup. Where's his team? Tomato Kasane turning on Ace. Okay. They're fighting back. Gaming Gladiator is getting way over eager there, feeling they're much stronger than they are. But you can't be 1v5ing like that. Duraccio, Celery. They've got Quinn behind them. But again, TSM, they're all here around their teammates. Guarding them up. Forcing Gaming Gladiators to retreat. Grab the shield rune, run away.
They're chasing him down. Keeper of the Light's still not there. Oh my god, this is like half HP gone, considering that Medusa has 450 HP once you lose your mana pool. Okay, these are some good kills. It's a lot of gold.
Yeah, very, very quickly turning the script of this game and going from in that bottom lane, just thinking how poorly it was going. TSM switching quickly from that sucks man to that Superman. Killing off some big core heroes. And Quinn and Tofu in trouble in the middle lane again. A great Bishop and Bryle jump back forward. Rubik being focused by the Meepo. But the Stolen Stone Gaze holds them away. Tofu's dead. And now he's swarmed by this Brood, Earthshaker, Ultimato, very low, gets swept down by Quinn. Ember Spirit showing that he's still very strong on this map, and Celery chasing Whitemon to slay the chain in the back.
See him.
Another jump in onto Bryle. They don't have the continuation there after spending all their ultis in that bottom fight. And Quinn with another ability to jump forward. Chains in 3 seconds. Oh, I don't think they can find Kasane. Ace was wanting to blink forward, but it was still on cooldown for a few more secs.
2 times in a row, Keeper of the Light unable to get Guardian Greaves off. I think he was waiting for a long time. Then he gets bursted, gets stunned by Earthshaker. Totem. It's a lot. It's like 500 damage per hit. And now Ace will finish off the tower. He's sitting at 41% magical resistance on his Meepo.
Yeah, good luck bursting him. And I have good luck dealing with the Ember Spirit. Just picked up a BKB. Quinn, 10k net worth hit. And you were right, this Meepo, top of the net worth, he's the carry. The Ember and the Medusa, usually Medusa like this hard carry. Ember, no slouch when it comes to scaling himself. He's got so many backup plans.
Whenever I played Dota against Anti-Mage, I was always like a little anxious. Because it's like, oh, you don't kill him 2 times, you have a couple of opportunities, things are gonna go really bad real quickly. I don't know if TSM feels that way in this game, considering they're playing against Meepo, Medusa, Ember Spirit. They are the ones who are on the clock. Like Anti-Mage, you can't really solo this game. It's always going to be a difficult task. There's going to be so many nets, so many root mechanics, that you can't dispel all of them.
Yeah, now getting Gladiators into Roshan. If they give Ace this Aegis, give him even more chances to deal with an anti-mage. Nothing to stop them doing it either. TSM nowhere nearby. 3D Roche for Gaming Gladiators. And also the ability to fall back to Tormentor, Wisdom Runes of Spawn. Plenty on the map for them to get done. Duraccio grabs the Wisdom Rune. Butterfly now completed. Even more difficult to kill. Has been struggling a little bit with the Spiderling army and Kasane dealing with him. But this Butterfly makes things much, much easier. Let's see if TSM want to smoke out of this area. They are all grouped up near their own Ancients. Maybe just holding the high ground and waiting for Gaiman to come to them. 3 of them smoke. Just the Quinn Ember showing in that mid lane.
Ace is ready to go. Celery wants to scout things out. He's pinging. He kind of saw Earthshaker win immediately. Trying to use the Searing Chains, but misses.
Man, the smoke broke on that end.
Ace is going to be the one just climbing the high ground. Doesn't give a damn. Finds Jen.
The cliffs. Yeah, spots White Lost Jen. How quickly he disappears. Stacking up the ransack and now chasing for the next target. Bryle and Ari scattering back towards their base. Oh, that net nearly hitting. It could have been a go. In the meantime, Tomato and Battle Fury done. Working on his Sanjin Yasha.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hey, what's he up to? He's going Halberd and Manta. So the S and Y into the disassemble.
Radiant's top tower.
There's one having Halberd on Kasane. They want to deal with Meepos. Broodmother having that mischance. A little bit more status resistance as well against the nets. Try to break the combo, get out of the trouble.
Oh, he's actually not going for the S and Y to disassemble. He's going straight. Yes, yeah, you're right. Straight Halberd. And then back into the Manta.
Speaking of Manta, Ace also has one queued up. Even more Meepos. Level 17 on Meepo. 24 minutes into the game.
Well, they spot Celery. So they've got the reuse, Pavis, the heal, the saves, the turn from Ace onto the Rubik in the back. Ari getting burst and blown up as Duraccio swings in from the north. Bryle dead to Quinn on the right-hand side. And everywhere you look, you pull out a compass, every direction, surrounded by Gaming Gladiator heroes, finding pickoffs and kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They want to end it. They want to just go in, try to force a really bad fight, maybe fate. This Echo Slam needs to hit on everybody, but it's still going to be almost impossible to get the kill. Meepo right now, 45% magic resistance. Pipe available on Bounty Hunter. They have so much sustain. Guardian Greaves, Tomatoes, keeping Tofu. Not sure what that's... Yeah, not sure what's happening there, and Meepo jumps in one more time. Ace immediately kills off Chen.
Man, White one buys back. And Tomato probably realizing Kotl has more net worth than him, so he's tipping the Kotl, saying, hey, you're having a good game. Well, I'm not. Oh, there's jump. Anti-Mage in on the Medusa. Bryle, Fisher blocking them back. But this Ace Meepo just controlling Tomato. Dead for 50 seconds, and it's just over. It has been since the end of the draft, honestly. 26 minutes in, and Gaming Gladiators will gather up their second victory against TSM.
Yeah, this is a big stomp. First Meepo. And it showed, like, we didn't even see the Mega Meepo being used. It's just for stats. I'm a little upset about it, to be honest. But if there's one team who can make a lineup like this work, it's definitely Gaming Gladiators. Meepo, type of a hero that if he knows the lane matchup, they gotta set up the trap. Getting Medusa in the first phase, and then getting Anti-Mage. So it kind of gave away what they want to do with it. So Gaming Gladiators, they have it prepared. It's one of those heroes that you don't think about it too often, considering that he's not popular. But a lot of the teams are gonna, you know, take a picture of Meepo, put it on your monitor while you're doing the draft to have something. It was Broodmother for a long duration, like you get last pick Brood. I think Meepo, we're gonna see him slightly more, especially because Shopify is also still doing really good in this major, and you know that Abed might bang it out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about this, though, is that, okay, you see it in another game, you think, okay, they defeated TSM with it. Is that something that you're afraid of in the playoffs? You know, do you want to worry about that? And I just remember Blitz in one of his interviews during the DPC, Liquid were playing against Gaming Gladiators, and they had that Ember Spirit for them, and they got defeated by the Huskar from Quinn. and they were like, yeah, we kind of forgot about it. We weren't, really thinking about it. Slipped our mind. You get done with it once, and then you'll never again. Not happening again. We're going to be banning it second phase, so we could have a few of those moments in the playoffs. As that rounds up TSM's group stage, they are eliminated from the Berlin Major and have been since yesterday. Unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators still, of course, heading through to playoffs. But up next, a lot more to fight for in our next series. A best of 2 between Talon and Spirit. So we'll have a quick break and come back with that.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discuss flashlights, covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back to the Amber stream here for the Berlin Major as things start to get interesting. Group A already concluded in regulation play, and we know that there's a three-way tiebreaker over there. But it's time to pop over to Group B, where there are currently 4 teams looking at 2 slots in the playoffs and 2 slots at elimination. It's going to start getting messy, Lacoste, but I think looking at this, Talon need 1 win, and then they're good.
Yeah, that's going to get them through the threshold, so they're going to be through. They're going to be safe. Not an easy task to do, playing against Team Spirit. So we'll have to see. Talon always somehow, like, always in the middle. Like, they're never bottom, never at the top, but they always kind of sneaking in. They're always in the middle of the pack. They can punch back, definitely, as a team. But this is going to be a bit of a rough one, I would say. I also think that, looking at some of their drafts, they do tend to play really fast. They do know how to close out the games, like some of the games against like weaker teams, I would say. Against IG, they can close out the game in 20 minutes. Against Shopify Rebellion, this is not a weak team by any means, but they also won in 20 minutes. Against Team SMG, 25 minutes as well. So a lot of their games, when they are ahead, they really are ahead, and they know how to play, like keep this aggression going.
Yeah, they sure do. It's definitely going to be an interesting ride, though. Of course, you know, Extreme, Beast Coast, SMG, all vying for these 2 slots. And we've seen, you know, in the previous series, Gaming Gladiators were already secured in the playoffs, going up against TSM, who were already relegated. Still a lot to play for in terms of practicing on the new patch, playing international games, going up against, you know, the big teams in other regions, which you don't really get to see that often. So it's a good testing ground for a lot of these squads as the group stage does come to a close. And just thinking about the way that, you know, teams are starting to draft. We've had these duo picks and first phase picks of interesting heroes now. I've seen a lot of talk about this Medusa hero, and we've started to see it filter through into our games. We've had LGD play it. We've seen Gaming Gladiators play it. Is Medusa that strong? Is she just going to become a permanent ban? Have we gone from Lena Major into Medusa Major?
I would say damage mitigation or a major. That this is it. This is what we're in right now. But Medusa definitely feels super strong right now. It feels like the hero that you need to have certain heroes. Also, I'm wondering, where is Nyx Assassin? Why is this hero not being picked, considering that Medusa is super popular at the moment?
That's a good question. I think we've seen a couple of like second phase bans of the Nyx, but I haven't really seen him come into play apart from like day 1 of the group stage where we had Doxy and Nyx lane. But
looking at win rate, Nyx Assassin 15 games, 20% win rate.
Okay. Not that great.
It's not okay. That's really not okay.
That's not that great.
That's really bad. I think running him as because you want to have these position 4s that can secure the lane, potentially move around the map, get stuff done. Nyx Assassin, not the speediest hero, very level dependent as well. You don't get much XP. This is one of the heroes that could get stuck in an awkward position where you can't really make a move. You can't really go in and get stuff done. It's like early on, you're stunned pretty much. That's it, what you are.
Stunned and stuck in a lane. Well, we will get into the draft here, and there we see it. Medusa first banned by Team Spirit. Enchantress Rubik, 2 of the more prominent supports. Very often picked up, you know, Rubik Underlord, Enchantress Beastmaster. But we now have that opportunity for the Storm Pugner to come into play if Spirit don't remove one of those. And looking at Talon, could also dip back into something like the IO. But we'll see how they fare heading deeper into this draft.
So Medusa gone, Rubik, Enchantress, no really surprise there. Team Spirit does love to play these heroes, and Team Spirit completely different thinking.
Wow.
They're banning out carries in the first phase. So let's see. Talon. They know exactly what they're gonna pick immediately. Let's see if it's gonna be like Monkey or some kind of a... No, they still feel that it's enough to deal with Underlord. Percentage-based damage from Doom, keep him in place with Crystal Maiden. This could also be an off-lane duo. You have a lot of slow, keep people in place for Scorched Earth. Let's see if Talon decides to pick up a hero that pairs up nicely with Underlord.
Yeah, but
So
it's like you said,
ahead.
right? The Doom is picked, so now the chance for Talon to ban out your Ursa, Monkey King heroes to deal with the Underlord, and they go with the techies. Techi's Underlord lane seems pretty strong. The amount of magic damage you output in the first couple of levels can be overwhelming.
This is the opener that they had against Invictus Gaming, the game that we talked about that has been won in 20 minutes. And now Talon will start to protect their Underlord. We've seen mostly like 4 heroes that deal relatively well. I want to see a bit more of a Monkey King as carry against Underlord. There has been Ursa, Slark of course for the game. And we've also seen a lot of teams banning out Phantom Lancer. You're playing against Team Spirit. This hero should probably be on your mind.
Yeah, absolutely should. A little bit of thinking here from Team Spirit. Trying to figure out what they're going to go for. I mean, you know one of your lane matchups already. And you start considering these 23 Savage heroes, the Svens, the partnership with the IO. Bristleback comes to mind. Fast tempo heroes, definitely able to get off the mark quickly. But he's also able to grab the Medusa, slow things down, and go for these longer drawn out games. Very versatile player. I guess the option to still pick up Pugna Storm is there. I mean, Storm has been an incredible hero this patch. Pugna gone, so that removes a lot of the effectiveness of that Storm. Because with the Pugna, he can just stay on the map permanently. You've got a mobile fountain.
It's a lot of sustain. It's also a good save against Doom. We've seen it being very effective against Doom in a couple of games that we've been casting. Just like a Glimmer Cape, Life Drain, try to save the target that has been Doom. Add Underlord Portal, all his auras, Guardian Greaves, max something that can sustain him through all this damage.
It used to be you see Doom, you pick Witch Doctor, and you just Voodoo Restoration, heal people up through the Doom. Now you've got much better healing heroes like the Chens and the Pugnas to do that job. But yeah, no surprises. Slark, Ursa. Give Underlord a better time. A big old beefy aura carrier. Needs to hit his timing, play with the rest of the team, like 10 minutes onwards. Is there anything you'd really want to... Like, when you pick Doom and your opponent picks Underlord, are you also looking at the same kind of heroes? Do you want to ban Monkey King yourself to protect this Doom?
Potentially. Yeah, this is Talon we're talking about, so 23, very familiar with the hero. You could also be looking into Raid King, something that has been extremely popular lately. As a counter to Doom, this is an old school counter. We've seen a decent amount of Raid King being picked at the end of the DPC Tour 2. And there it goes, they ban out Monkey. You've been really on point today, Gary.
I don't know, I woke up today, I was feeling a bit grumpy, but Dota started, so I'm cheered up, I'm calling heroes. Getting into the flow of things. I love new patches. Looking at all these nifty new maneuvering in the draft.
You gotta calm down a little bit. You're gonna get me fired.
There's not a chance in hell of that. I don't have the pun ability that you do.
One hero I'm looking into is Skyrot Mage. Has been really good pairing with Doom. Also consumes a little bit extra mana. So Crystal Maiden comes in very handy with that aura. And also a lot of heroes do have increased magic resistance in this patch, so his third ability, Ancient Seal, extremely good to mitigate most, like remove completely magic resistance pretty much.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, especially with like the Eye of the Vizier and some of these neutral items as well, just, adding stats, adding int, adding more magic resistance. What happened to Veil? Because that was an item that saw like a little bit of play 6-7 months ago, then just went out the window again. Do you think we'll see that come back?
We might see it, but it feels like there are better items to buy on your supports. Especially drums gives you enough tankiness. There's a Glimmer Cape as well. 4 Staff Wall is going to be extremely useful. We see also teams switching, so you don't buy all the auras on your offlaners. So some of the time you will have your position 4, position 5 buying it.
Yeah, picking up a Pipe or a Greaves or something, you're right. Yeah, it's like, do I want to spend 1,500 gold on this, Bassi plus Crown plus Recipe, or do I want an item with a fluffy hat and a Staff of Wizardry that's going to give me mobility? Do I want, magic resistance with a Glimmer Cape? It's always going to be the defensive items for the supports.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, a couple of seconds left. Get ourselves into this third pick for Team Spirit. See what we're dealing with. And right now, like you said, this Doom could be very likely in the hands of Collapse. Could be 4 Maiden. Could be the 5. But we're still looking for that secondary support. And open the handle a little bit here to see where the Doom's heading. What's Lal been playing recently? I've not seen Team Spirit for a bit since the DPC.
He's playing everything, all the meta heroes pretty much. Okay, more damage mitigation with Lich. Lich Crystal Maiden doesn't strike me as like insanely good duo. Also having Doom. Doom's not a playmaker hero until he comes like online with 3-4 items, then he starts to move. But very good laning stage. A lot of threat in the laning stage to get the kills.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and
remaining.
a lot of turnaround potential as well. Like, if you think about the way that Techies and Underlord play, they're using Fiend's Gate aggressively to get in behind people. Techies blasting off onto people. They're kind of dogpiling onto heroes, and Void Spirit, no different, wants to get onto targets. But if you're able to turn around with a Chain Frost, an Ice Spire, a Doom, or a Blink War Stomp, Team Spirit giving them a lot of options to counteract any aggression.
10
Talon
seconds
probably
remaining.
thinking about Raid King, but also Team Spirit. They knew that it's potentially coming. This is why Lich comes in very helpful with his Frost Shield to mitigate that physical damage.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Hello, Disruptor. Been a little bit quiet on his hero the last couple of days of the group stage, but still incredibly strong to play aggressively, and that's what it feels like Talon are setting themselves up to do. They want to be on the front foot, playing forward, getting up in the faces of their opponents, and getting that +1 target. So many ways to chase people down here as Talon with Void Spirit, Disruptor, and the Gate out of Underlord.
Seconds remaining.
They needed a little bit of extra, and also using Team Spirit's lack of disables, I would say, against Void Spirit. Void Spirit really good at backstabbing, having solo kill threat on both Crystal Maiden and Lich.
What do we
I
go
like-
for now?
I do like what Talon has drafted for themselves so far.
Talon
Seems like solid lanes and good aggression. A Viper for Team Spirit. Well, maybe Lal's hero there in the matchup against the Void Spirit. So looking more and more likely it's straight up offlane Doom. Put it with a Lich. He's gonna like devour Ogre Frost Mage, get Frost Armor plus the Lich's Frost Shield. Gonna be a lot of frosty stuff here.
remaining.
Devour Lich. Just eat him.
Get Chain Frost as the ability.
Remaining.
Also,
Double Chain
Viper's
Frost.
really good against Underlord, disabling his aura with the Nether Toxin, if you're able to do that. But this was mostly picked to deal with Void Spirit. And also, him having that magic resistance, being extremely tanky, difficult to kill. Most of their damage is magical, so looking for some kind of physical as
10
well.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, do you think we'll go for like a Drow or something for Yatoro here?
5
That doesn't seem to be
remaining.
a great deal to contend with that when you've got Drow Viper.
In terms of gap closing talent, they do have
Esports
Void
turn to
Spirit.
ban.
That's pretty much all they got. I'm looking more for some kind of a melee carry for Team Spirit. Considering the lane setup that they have with either Lich or Crystal Maiden, you probably want to be picking a melee hero, something that also tanks up a little bit. Looking at some of the heroes that Yatoro did play, Slark is banned. It would be,
10
again,
seconds
good
remaining.
Phantom Lancer game, but they banned it themselves. They were kind of worried
Esports
because
turn
Talon
to
did
pick.
have first pick phase.
Yeah, that's why I
pick in
mentioned
the
the
second
Drow. It's
phase.
like so many of these heroes are banned, right? The Medusa, the Alk, Monkey, PL, and even on the other side, the Slark, Ursa, Sven, Muerta, Bloodseeker. The carry pool is diminished so heavily. It's scraping the bottom of the barrel to figure out what's
10
decent
seconds remaining.
remaining. But they do have last pick, so they can see what Talon grab and try and
5
counteract it.
seconds remaining. Team Spirit's turn to pick.
The Naga Siren.
It's a good Naga game. So some Battle Fury carriers left in the pool. Their AoE is pretty limited, I would say. Outside of Crystal Maiden, she deals well at the early stages against Naga Siren Illusions. But throughout the game, you are going to
10
suffer.
seconds
Both supports
remaining.
not really feeling too great for Team Spirit. Playing Lich,
5
Crystal Maiden
seconds
into
remaining.
Void Spirit, Disruptor, Naga Siren. And again, you have Naga Siren combo throughout the game with the Disruptor.
Yeah.
They don't have much time. Team Spirit only a couple
No.
of seconds left.
Yeah, so, like, anti-mage, okay. Yeah. There's one of the few left. I was looking at Troll and thinking, hey, Troll into Pit of Malice and Ether Remnants and Kinetic Field feels garbage. Anti-mage the option. You called for the Battle Fury picker. So there we have it. Team Spirit. Very, very curious draft. Fair amount of team fight. Good solid lanes, it looks like. But I think I'm leaning towards Talon's draft here. The amount of aggression they bring to the table, team fight, catch, kill, map pressure from Naga. This could get real spicy real quick.
I agree. If the lanes don't go too well for Team Spirit, you have Viper, who's really stuck, can't really make moves across the map, one of the like slower heroes. Same goes for Doom, so they need to win the laning stage. Anti-Mage is not gonna be fighting early on. And then you have Crystal Maiden Lich. So Team Spirit could be in a lot of trouble if lanes don't go correctly for them. On the other side, Talon, they can reset. So you like pop a Doom, you use Lich ulti. Naga Siren can easily reset things. They can come back with the Underlord with the Fiend's Gate, Song of the Siren. They can choose where they want to fight. Decent amount of circles on their side. Good scaling lineup as well. Not too bad of a matchup for Naga Siren. I want to see maybe we see a little bit more of a switch in the item build. Maybe like this Diffusal Blade again becomes popular on Naga Siren, considering that you can upgrade the item. So that's a good one. You can't be like Disperser, you can't be slowed against Lich, against Crystal Maiden, Viper. Feels like a really good upgrade.
That could be super cool. Especially when these two supports, the Lich and Maiden, like you're saying about the entirety of Team Spirit's draft, they are very static, sluggish heroes that want to pick their spots on the map and fight around particular areas and choke points. Try and get this anti-mage as farmed as possible, because we are seeing this trend towards this 4 Protect 1 where you've got 4 fighters trying to win their lanes, get out that laning stage, break it down, get into these early skirmishes, but they're going to be met with so much resistance out of this Talon side, especially now that Techies doesn't rely on hitting 15th minute with his shard. He has that blast off stun from the go. He can cause a lot of problems here. We'll get ourselves into game 1, and again, just going to reiterate, very important here for Talon. Spirit already secured themselves that upper bracket playoff spot, and Talon needing at least a victory here to keep themselves in the Berlin Major, as they're facing against the Extreme, Beast Coast, and SMG, all in that same spot in Group B.
Definitely, but looking at Talon and how they can easily scale in this game, all they have to do is not lose the laning stage. And looking at the lane, sure, you have Viper against Void Spirit. He might struggle there a bit, but you have Disruptor Nagathar, and this is a strong, safe lane. Then you have strong off-lane duo as well. Techies plus Underlord against Anti-Mage. I want to see how much they're going to be able to burn some of their mana without being contested. 3 tangos on Yatoro, Mitoshka, 6 tangos, plants down Observer Ward already. We might get a fight here.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time. Teams converging towards that bottom right-hand corner of the map. Naga Illusion scouting out Yatoro and Miposhka. No clash. Just Illusion scouting out and seeing what's going on. So Spirit not only got that ward down in the bottom jungle, but also one on the opposing river in the mid lane. Sneakily getting their vision down very quickly. Dire with a lane ward down bot. And try and see who they're dealing with. Oh, and Collapse just sitting around, waiting to see if anybody comes up the staircase. I'm not sure why 23's tipping Mira up. Maybe an illusion died or something.
Let's see if they got any XP. Nothing on their side. No extra gold. Everything Gucci. Naga Siren Illusions should get you more gold when you kill them.
Infinite gold. Well, it's based on level, right? Early on, you get 2
You
gold
got 2 or 3
something?
gold.
Yeah.
It's insane. We go back to traps from Templar Assassin. You had to invest into Sentry to buy Sentry Ward. You had to invest gold, and then you get 1 gold back for killing it.
That was pathetic.
Very valuable. And there's Mira. Killing that Observer Ward on the mid lane.
Good early advantage. 100 gold for the Crystal Maiden. Heading up top. So yeah, will be that Maiden Doom lane. Mid lane though, Lali against Mikoto. Viper versus Void Spirit. And Void with a very solid base damage should get a fair amount of last hits and denies. Just has to keep his eyes on the regen and the harassment values.
Good body blocks on Oli.
And Collapse on top of the Disruptor. Looking for the few final hits, and it's the Maiden that gets the first blood. Spirit, good start to their lane top.
Okay, a bit too greedy there from Disruptor. Getting in, tanking the damage, Frostbite. There was only 1 Frostbite, I believe, being used there. And there's this super lane in the bottom. Jabs, starting with Atrophy Aura. Maybe if he started with Firestorm, which we do see most of the time when we have like this Slark against Underlord matchup, plus Rubik. You want to push the lane as soon as possible. But his mana's getting burned anyway, so...
So he's going to go Aura plus stats, yeah?
Aura stat. There we go. That's the build. Gotta adapt.
Adapt against this AM lane. I'll see what he does if you get any Arcane Boots or Soul Ring or something. Q getting chased down. And Techies wandering into this forest, finding Miposhka and Yatoro, both holding hands to defend it. And Lich, no joke when it comes to magic damage. Frost Blast on a pretty low cooldown, can keep spamming it out with the mangoes and the stick charges. Miposhka could have tried to go for another one, but decided it's not worth the effort. So far, decent for Team Spirit, but I've got to say that mid lane, looking at Void Spirit 11 and 6, Viper 5 and 1, Mikoto is crushing this matchup. I thought it would have been a little more favored for Lal. Is this just a level thing where he's waiting for a level 3 to hit? Now he's strong?
I was watching Mikoto. He pushed the first wave immediately, got level 2, and then things started to go really good for him. Marl, he had some of the bad games, I would say. Some of the matchups that he should have won didn't go correctly for him. Looking at the Underlord bottom. What is he up to? Gary, I had to click for a second just to double check that he didn't get stats.
You can see the talent tree shining golden, right? He's got a point being held there. And not leveling anything up yet. Just the magic wand, the ring of health. Holding out on skill points. Curious. You would have thought, hey, I've got a mana pool, let's use it before the AM burns it. Could have gone for Firestorm, cast it a couple of times.
Still CS nice. Top of CS, 16 CS. Right now on jabs.
Naga.
Collapse.
Getting died by collapse. Ollie with a glimpse back. Mira rooted up at the Techie's rotation. Takes down the Maiden. 23 gets back into the tree line, hiding in the fog of war. So Talon bringing an additional support up here and can return back down bottom with a twin gate.
It's a DP rotation. I mean, you don't lose as much now having twin gates because you can come back to a lane easily.
Jabs has finally leveled up some spells with mana cost. 2 points in the Atrophy Aura though, but does have the single point in Firestorm now. Not really applied that much pressure to the AM. He's farming, but Underlord free farming. A couple of CS ahead of the AM. Jab's feeling very good about things. And they know that Naga, even if the first couple of waves not going her way, she can catch up with the illusions, the Riptide to accelerate her farm. Just give her a bit of jungle time while the rest of the team plays together.
Poshka, he's stuck. Had to eat Tango to get out of the trouble.
The Satyrs are blocking me. Well, yeah, do you think Team Spirit have done enough in this laning stage?
4 minutes into the game, things look pretty decent, I would say. I love the build on Collapse, that he's putting a point in Infernal Blade. Gives you a lot more kill threat. Now Vanguard, 4.5 minutes into the game, finished on the offlane Doom. Good luck killing him. Wait, Mask of Madness queued up.
What? That can't be right. Can it?
He might be memeing. I don't know. Like, looking at the talents, he doesn't have any kind of extra damage from the right clicks. Probably not gonna happen, but we'll see. Maybe he's onto something. Collapse, not gonna doubt this guy.
A wild one though. Pretty funny if he goes for it. Makoto getting chased a bit by the Viper. Things have definitely gotten much more difficult. Does have the TP to get back to Fountain though. And being bullied out of lane now by Lal. Getting himself some CS and a bit of damage on that tier 1 mid lane. Yeah, I just want to point out that the AM Yatoro, he went straight for the Cornucopia. Didn't go for this Ring of Health, the Vanguard. He wants to rush this Battle Fury as quickly as possible. So he saved up a bit of money for that. What is it, 1,200 gold? Yeah, 1,200 gold.
It's much more expensive compared to Ring of Health. You do get extra damage as well, which is really good for farming. Mira in trouble.
Yeah, out in open water. Not sure
this
what
also
he's doing.
Gives Q his first Urn of Shadows charge. So extra kill threat coming out from that damage. See if they decide to play a bit more aggressive on Laurel right now. There's also Miposhka. Makoto's still not level 6.
Yeah, that's the difficulty. And there's the drag back. Sinister Gaze, pops the Resonant Pulse. Mikoto dropping low, Fairy Fire, and the shield barely keeping him alive. Miposhka, the one to die, as Ollie grabbed the haste and sprints away. Q getting chased a little bit, but that's a full HP Techies. 700 health, so Viper striking. He blasts off on the maiden. Mikoto, Ollie, both back in. The Simulate lands on top of Mira. The shield is there again for Mikoto. Physical damage reduction, but there's poison. Magic damage starting to stack up. They glimpse back low. Can't finish
fine.
off the Void Spirit. He's okay. He survived. And now look at 23. Level 5 Nagasaran. I want to be involved. You're fighting. Let me have a piece of the action. Coming onto the Viper. Gets the ensnare down. Needs a few more clicks. Let's see with a Thunderstrike. Maybe they can catch up. Another Resonant Pulse from the Simulate's ready here for Makoto to catch up to Lol, but they don't go diving for it. Lol is okay until the glimpse comes in. Finally back off cooldown and dead to 23.
Some good moves from Talon. They are bringing in numbers, and the way they protected this haste rune without Mikoto dying, that was nicely done. Also Q using all of his Urn of Shadow charges before he dies. He respawns, and because he died, you get one for free now in this patch, which is always going to be nice to have. But yeah, Collapse changing his mind. He's like, I don't want to go for Mask of Madness, just trolling casters for now. Of course, it's going to be Hand of Midas build. He's having too good of a game now on top of CS chart and almost on top of the net worth.
Yeah, races up to the top. He tried to tumble over the crystals, but they're too wide for him. And he just makes his base camp up top. Nothing really here that can boot Collapse out of lane unless Talon decides to bring 4 heroes here to deal with him. That's probably one of the strengths of Spirit's laning phase and their draft. They've got so many targets you need to kill at the start of the fight. You'd love to grab the AM and stop him from farming. And killing off the Doom before he can ulti or get on top of one of your heroes, super important. And you were mentioning in the draft that Viper, innately very tanky. Has to be killed off. I heard a Man of Void down bottom. Yeah, Yatoro fighting with jabs, but losing that fight, it looks like, as he backs off, tail between legs, lick his wounds in the forest and farm some neutral creeps.
Atropura level 3 plus Vanguard. Not much you can do about it. Yatoro, he's going straight for Battle Fury. Naked Battle Fury, no Power Treads, no Battle Fury, no Vanguard, no shenanigans.
Nothing in between. Tier 1 tower looks like it's there for the taking. A Talon, even Smoking Disruptor. Does that ward see him? Yeah, they spot Yatoro there. Anti-Mage can't finish off the troll camp. Blinks away. They're still hunting for him. He's past his tier 2 now. Getting a bit closer to the rest of his squad. And Talon just mirroring the move that Spirit were making. Top lane tower gone. Bottom traded out. Plenty of time for all the cores to get farming.
Still gonna be a good timing for Battle Fury on Yatoro. Flamer about to be finished, 500 gold, then all you need is recipe, 450. So it's gonna be like 12, 12, 13 minutes. Uses Mana Void again. On a big creep.
Did he?
Amplifies that farm. He did, yeah.
Fair enough. Slay the beast in the jungle. Spirit looking for a bit of damage on that mid-tier one, but Naga shows her face. Clear around the wave. Make sure there's no easy push. Boschka scouting on that right-hand side, but jumped on by Q and Makoto. And there's that immediate initiation that can come from Talon. That's the aggression we were looking for in the draft. The ability to see a target, immediately blow them up, and then think about your next move.
This is where I think problems for Spirit are gonna start. They are farming a lot. You have Anti-Mage farming the jungle, who's on the bottom of the network by going straight for Battle Fury, which means that his farm will amp pretty soon. Then you have Doom with finished off Hand of Midas. Problem is, how do you start a fight? Viper's not that type of a hero. Doom maybe can run in. You also don't have any kind of tower damage. So that's the issue that Team Spirit's going to have for, I'd say, a good 15 minutes.
Yeah, pretty greedy. I mean, Boots of Travel Viper. Aghanim Scepter queued up after the Dragonlance for Lyle. Looking for that nosedive. Yeah, getting away with it, though. Oh, Doom hasn't died. AM hasn't died. Viper only the one death. So 5 of these kills and Talon on support. Attempt on Yatoro, half health. But now comes Lyle. keep the Underlord at bay. Makoto, a lot of damage from him with a Assimilate and Astral Step. Doesn't have another step to play with. 10-1 charges, but that big Mana Void, Yatoro, blows him up, blinks away. Lone Boschka's still able to fight here with Collapse coming in from the southern side. Talon, hands down, completely caught off guard.
They needed another hero. If Q is there or Disruptor, two supports farming the jungle, like farming the lanes, they needed an extra hero, which could make a difference. They would definitely get a kill on Anti-Mage, who was one spell away from dying, and maybe save one of those people. Nicely executed gang from Team Spirit. Yatoro finishes off his Battle Fury, 11.5 minutes, not too bad.
And it feels like these kind of plays vitally important for Spirit to make sure this greedy lineup is paying off for them. Has additional farming time and now the ability to play aggressively in the mid lane. And Frostbite comes a little slow from Mirror there. Crystal Maiden couldn't quite get into position. And they're still waiting for level 6s on both of the Radiant supports. CM's hit hers. They want that Chain Frost up. While Talon, they're in a fighting shape right now.
I want to see a smoke from Talon. I don't see any on two supports, but they're going through the Fiend's Gate. This is how you gank.
Straight down to bottom, onto Collapse. A high network hero on the map. He dooms Makoto, but with the Static Storm there and Q arriving with a blast. Taken down. Where are they heading? Back to mid? Is Team Spirit readying themselves down bot for maybe some kind of response? And still angling towards that bottom lane. It is just the Underlord down here now. The Fiend's Gate on cooldown, so it could be an opening for them. And Makoto lurking up top lane. Jab's hiding in the trees now.
Yatoro needs to be careful here. They really want him. Let's see if he has a good read. Kind of hard to initiate on him. See the glimpse. Is he in range? Not in range. That's level 3 glimpse.
And now the TP's come in, forcing 23 to Song. Viper sent back to the mid. And two supports caught in the Canning Field. Double blast off. Huge from Q. Techies annihilates Team Spirit there as they try to defend their anti-mage.
Beautiful done. They sent one hero back to bottom lane. And they set things up. They didn't even have Static Storm there, so Song of the Siren into blast off. Two heroes die off immediately. One thing to notice is your end snare can now target the sleeping slash and vulnerable units even without eggs. So that's gonna be a big one. You can set things up on Anti-Mage so he can't use his counter spell. You can sleep, end snare, wake him up.
That's massive. Alright, also taking these wisdom runes. Makoto bottled one. And then someone TP's off to the right hand side. It's going to be Techies to grab the Dire wisdom rune as well. And Collapse nearly at his pipe. Hand of Midas getting him to a great spot here. Finish off all these auras, get your team as tanky as possible.
Now as Team Spirit, you're kind of stuck into this position where all you can do is pretty much farm. Maybe use a smoke to try to gank someone, but that's about it. You can't really go for towers. You don't have any tower damage.
Do you think that's a bad thing, though? Like, for me, I'm looking at this thinking that's how they've drafted and that's what they should expect, right? They're going to be stuck. They're going to be farming. They don't want to be fighting.
And you have Anti-Mage, so that's fine. And they're not getting ran over at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing.
23 finishes off his Manta style. Has Heart queued up as his next item. Let's see if he decides to go for it straight away. We've seen a lot of different builds in terms of second item on Naga Siren. We've seen a lot of Mage Slayers. We've seen Silence being extremely popular as well. It seems like he wants to tank up.
Ooh, they've got the AM. Yeah, they do. Inside the Static Storm. Good movement. That's what we needed, Talon, to pick up the pace. Keep these aggressive moves going. Killing the AM, so he's gone for 30 seconds. But now it's important to figure out where you're going next. Fiend's Gate going up to top. 4 men strong, coming in to protect 23. Collapse here, the Boschka's with the chain forced out. All sorts of nonsense and noise in this fight where the Doom being focused down. Makoto Q trying to catch up to him. Lich has fallen. And Jab's running away.
He's going through the gate.
2 seconds remaining. He's out there. Mirror will die before he can get through the door. It shuts with a bang, but a double kill for Makoto and 3 kills in a row for Talon.
The devil himself goes through the gate and closes it. That was funny to watch. Nice move from Collapse. The problem is, again, there's so much damage mitigation from Jabs. He disassembled his Vanguard, of course. made Pipe of Insight, 4 points in Atrophy Aura. They also had 14% damage reduction when they went through the Fiend's Gate. So that Chain Frost, that Crystal Maiden ulti, wasn't really dealing damage.
Well, there's a lot of stuff on the floor, but none of it really bothered Talon.
Dire's middle tower is under
Team Spirit still come out strong towards Tier 1 mid, knowing Talon have spent a fair amount of their resources going to fight top. We need these moves to keep on going. You cannot give up. You need to keep Team Spirit under control. It's only a 1k lead for Talon, 4-12.
They know exactly where Team Spirit is. 23, using a song, will set things up.
Straight on the Viper, they clip onto the Doom and the Maiden. Static Storm is down on Lol, and it goes with Goto, aiming for Mira. Lol not tanky enough to withstand the damage from Talon, and Collapse, trapped up in that Pit of Malice for a second. Sticky Bomb's gonna latch onto him, and they've got the vision for the glimpse to drag him back into the rest of them. He's tanky, but not tanky enough at a 1v5.
Yeah, Talon, I would say, in full control of this game. Team Spirit, again, we said it multiple times, will struggle finding the fights. How do you initiate? Your Doom doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He's going for these tanky items. Disassembled Vanguard, went into Pipe, same thing that Underlord did. It's all about Yatoro, how much farm he's going to be able to get, but it's not that good of a matchup into Naga Siren anyway.
Yeah, because it's Naga, and then it's also Disruptor, Void Spirit, Underlord. There's so many tools, roots, catches, silences, stuns.
They caught him again.
Yeah, going straight on Yatoro. Down he goes with a glimpse. Drag back in. Reel in the AM, and they're trapping Poshka inside the kinetic field. The fences around him, and the Poshka dead. Jabs with a big hit, dominating now. He is doomed, but collapsing a 1v4, trying to stand his ground and fight this. Makoto could come back in from the south, slowing the techies down. Another toxin dropped on the ground, but there's Makoto. Eat the remnant to catch up onto Collapse. Another net, rooting him up in the Pit of Malice. Q has fallen. Jab's TPing home now with the Inferno Blade. Cancels it. 23 Makoto. They don't want to stick to fight this. Ollie stick guys coming back in with the Static Storm on Lol. Now they'll make the jump. Focusing the Viper down. They should have the damage to take him out. But Collapse is so tanky. I was saying he can't 1v5, but maybe he can.
Oh, the miss from Gossamer Cape.
Battling away. Frostbitten Makoto gets out of that icy shell. Breaks free. Ollie with a TP. And Void Spirit. Back to safety too. Or maybe not. Yatoro. He's come down.
He scouted him.
He sees Makoto. Astral Step in 4 seconds, but all his mana's going to get burned. And inside that Frostbite, rooted and controlled.
Good chunk of gold for Yatoro there. The fight went much better than expected. First they kill off Anti-Mage, but they burn all of their mana. Sure, Underlord is there, but without mana, he can't really do much. Next time around, the Song of the Siren is going to be available. They do also have Spirit Vessel on techies for some extra damage. And Viper has been sitting in the fight for a very long time. You know that the damage over time, he wants to be there. 3 points in Corrosive Skin. Also ability to break Underlord, reducing some of that damage mitigation from Atrophy Aura. That's pretty big. This is 30% damage reduction taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to get a read on these fights, how tanky some of these heroes are. Collapse goes in, he's incredibly strong with the Greaves and the Pipe. Very farmed Doom with 15% magic resistance from his level 10 talent as well. Viper, he didn't go for the magic resistance reduction on poison attack. He does have that corrosive skin with 25% on that.
Everybody's finding a way how to be more tanky. Doom, as you said, with that level 10 talent, was sitting at 59% magic resistance.
This is wild. Yeah, and you can kind of feel it from Talon, right? Where they're looking at this fight thinking, surely we can kill off this Doom. They poke him, okay, we don't do any damage to it. And the Viper comes in, we can blow him up, but they have to spend so many spells to kill off just one key target. There's these other two that are causing problems. And in the meantime, AM climbing the net worth board, now in 4th place. In the next couple of minutes, could find himself above the Naga Siren as he just leapfrogs over the Underlord.
Jab's going back to Crimson Guard. He wants to be more tanky.
Oh, yeah.
I see that Techies wants to buy mech. We'll get Guardian Greaves eventually. Collapse.
Yeah,
We're gonna use everything on him.
Just chuck the kitchen sink at him, but he's only half HP. Now the chain frost bouncing in. Oh, the grab back, Makoto thinking about the go, but the chain frost slowing them all down. Mira couldn't get the freezing field out because the Song of the Siren stops things in their
Fiend's
tracks.
Gate.
Fiend's Gate to get the hell away from here, and a TP from 23. The jump in from Yatoro, not able to connect on anybody with a Mana Void. So Talon extricate themselves from a really difficult situation and might be going back in with a smoke and another Fiend's Gate move. They're coming down bottom. 23 will see the lich. Jump from Makoto, catching the Bosco. The Taunt actually eat the Remnant, kept on to collapse, and the Doom dragged back in the Pit of Malice in the kinetic field. Very low and glimpsed again, but doesn't get rooted this time around. Sticky Bomb is there to slow him down. The Ether Remnant once more. Just round after round of magic damage and spell casting. Collapse to the line. Turns the fight. 23 confident.
How is he not dead yet?
Collapse. He's still alive. Finally. Somebody kills the freaking Doom. And Yatoro, he's blinked forward but glimpsed away. Talon 2 cores dead. And Team Spirit, their draft is invulnerable.
I like the call that they did to go back through the gates. Makoto doesn't have Astral Step available for another few seconds. Oh, Yatoro picks up the haste rune. We'll try to chase him down. Lauren's also there.
Positioning. Do they have a stun? Anything to stop the TP? Oh, he's in fountain, bottling up. He's okay. He's okay.
He's fine. 2,000 HP on Void Spirit. But yeah, I think Collapse tanked like 15,000 damage in the previous fight. My issue with the Naga Siren is, like, sure, you are tanky with Heart of Taras, but you can see that they lack a little bit of damage there. They need a little bit of something to finish off these heroes. He's extremely tanky. Now, level 15, gonna have more movement speed. Talon going for Tormentor now.
Yeah, Ollie, careful, hey? Dropping low. Yeah, I don't know what we need here. This Deso Echo Saber, get a bit more physical damage to deal with these magic-resistant heroes. Naga Siren needs that butterfly. But this is the game plan for Spirit. Weather the storm. Wait things out for the AM to be ready.
There's one item you wanted to see before the game started with all this magic damage reduction.
Did someone buy it?
Discord. Yeah, Crystal Maiden bought it. Mira.
Oh, nice.
And because he bought it, he gets the shard.
Well deserved. Big fan of that. Because I don't think I've seen it in a long time. Like, there was a period where we had like 3/3 Death Prophet offlane buying it, but outside of Skyrath Mage position 4, it's just been a dead item really. Pretty cool to see Mira in there grabbing it. I'm going to amp up the Viper, Maiden, Lich, big team fight ultis with a lot of magic damage for Spirit.
Talon has had enough. They're going inside the Roche Pit. They do have sustain. They do have damage. It's going to take them a little bit more time, but they'll eventually bring it down. There's Desto from Void Spirit that just finished. Orb of Destruction as well. That's going to be their physical damage that they needed against you.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's still super tanky. He's sitting at 30 armor right now, which is 64% physical. Dragon Scale as well. Helm of Iron Will.
Goodness gracious. I mean, what is Crimson Guard on the way? Yeah, all be completed. Coming on Courier. Well, that's ages for Naga. Let's see what Talon can do to get out on the map. There's usually this kind of situation where you sweep through that bottom jungle and swarm up to top, but it looks like they're gonna go for the reverse move. Twin Gate up to top and then sweep down into mid. Tier 1 is still standing there as an objective they can claim. Try and close this map in around Team Spirit a little bit more. And Spirit chasing ghosts right now, sending 4 heroes down bottom, but there's nobody here. And Yatoro, second place in net worth.
He's
Surely
getting there.
gonna overtake the Doom. Double Wraithband, Battle Fury, Manta, Skadi up next. A few thousand away from the Skadi, but that's just a couple of minutes for the anti-mage at this point. Now, with the amount of damage mitigation we've got, I don't know, the Disruptor, when he right-clicks someone, he may as well be healing them.
The good old right-click Disruptor. He found Philosopher's Stone for himself, so eventually he might be able to farm Aghanim Scepter. He's been blessed by Gaben, getting that neutral item. Right now you can choose, you get the token, but still. Same thing happened for Q. He is the one holding Philosopher's Stone.
Я лагаю. Паузу. Паузу.
Double showing. No more battle of the supports to see who gets it. Well, lol. Inside the static storm. Pavis on him, half HP, baffling the Naga illusions. Viper, not dead just yet, gonna nosedive to try and get a bit of distance. He'll be perfectly fine. Get topped back up by Collapse's Greaves.
Pavis, Frost Shield, all these auras from Doom, has Purge ability, so can remove some of the stuff like Thunderstrike, Resonant Pulse from Void Spirit, removing their magical resistance, physical resistance, whatever you want to call it. They find a way. Is this what we're stuck in, Gary? Is this what Dota's gonna look like? Every offlaner builds 3 items that makes them unkillable. The fights are gonna last for 2 minutes pretty much because no one's gonna die.
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day. It's just Groundhog Day. You wake up, the offlaner buys Vanguard, Crimson, Greaves Pipe, you go back to sleep, wake up again, same stuff happens. It's an Underlord, it's a Doom. They are being tanky and annoying. Yeah, these like, we've had some nutty fights in the group stage here so far, but I think this game is like the epitome, the real gold standard of the drafts and itemization that we've had so far.
And looking at Pavis on Lich, love the description on the item. It says 733 new item. That's it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
It's so well explained that it doesn't need further explanation. Let's see if I click Alt on it. Okay, there's extra text.
Oh, is
If we
there?
click on Pavis, there
Hidden?
is
Hidden text?
hidden text. You know what it says?
Dispellable. Very good.
Item so well made, doesn't need further explanation.
But yeah, the item doesn't have any flavor text, does it? Usually items have some... one of many holy instruments constructed to honor the omniscience for Guardian Greaves. Hand of Midas is preserved through unknown magical means. The Hand of Midas is a weapon of greed, sacrificing animals to line the owner's pockets. Disgraceful.
But this one, nothing.
This one, nothing.
Everybody knows what Pavis is,
Oh,
right?
yeah, of course. So obvious. What is it?
Good question.
It's a shield. There's a shield used by crossbowmen and stuff.
Interesting build from Underlord. I don't think I've seen this. At least not in this patch. Maybe there were a couple of games in the past. Nullifier against the Frost Shield, removing that damage reduction.
Yeah, Talon, they took this Roche, they got the Aegis, didn't get too much done with it, but now they're making a move bottom, onto the Viper, Lol dropping low in the Static Storm, the Chain Frost bouncing, a lot of damage burned back into Talon, in comes Collapse with the Doom, but the Song of the Siren stops them all. 23 shuts the fight down, they kill Viper, trade their techies, and now just retreating back into the fog, get away from Yatoro, but he managed to dodges the glimpse. Maybe thinking about blinking forward. He sees Jab, the Glimmer Cape, a bit of safety. Now Makoto back in, held down by the net from Naga. Anti-mage, half HP inside the field, but blinks away. Collapse with the help of the drums, his Crimson Guard, all the buffs will wander off away from Talon. As
They need another glimpse, there it is.
They do have the vision, they see Collapse, and now how tanky are you? We'll see if he can withstand the onslaught of mines and magic damage, blowing him up and dropping him low. The final sticky bomb's coming with the Firestorm. Collapse, he's dead at long last.
Using that Purge, removing Ensnare, but it's still not enough. Naga Siren got that 1 damage item. So that's Butterfly going into more Orchid. Next on the menu does have Titan Sliver available as well. 23. He found Mira.
Onto the Maiden.
Not much he can do about it.
Makoto's burst damage. Supreme stuff there. And a DD rune has spawned bottom. We've seen what these Void Spirits can do with double damage runes. A disgusting amount of physical damage. He's got 170 base with Deso Echo Saber.
Didn't test it out, but I believe Pavis is also removed by Nullifier. So removing that physical resistance from Frost Shield, Pavis as well. That's why he bought it.
Yeah, should be. All dispellable. Yatoro, finding a bit of room up top. Cutting waves. He does have a Radiant Observer Ward here to give him a bit of safety, but he's blinked into jabs. Hits of Malice, Fiend's Gate there to maneuver the rest of his team a little bit closer. But Yatoro, he's gone deeper on his dire side of the map, blinking further and further, TPing next to the large camp, and he's out of there.
Not an easiest hero to catch. They need Disruptor with the glimpse into Static Storm, then he can't get away. And Oli, he's getting closer and closer to Aghanim Scepter, not buying anything for now, keeping things open.
Nice.
Maybe that's gonna be like a surprise Aghanim Scepter where they set things up. Also, it's not an easiest Doom target to choose in the fights, because if you use it as Lord, Naga Siren's gonna Song, and the other way around. You Doom Naga Siren so she can't sleep, Underlord will pop Fiend's Gate. We theory crafted how they can set things up when people go through the Twin Gates. Techies is that hero. I see 2 mines on the top of the Twin Gates. Maybe there's a third one as well. Yeah, there is a third one.
I don't know if you saw the clip from, I don't know if it's yesterday or 2 days ago, but Arteezy Ursa took Roshan, grabbed Aegis, went through a Twin Gate, and immediately lost Aegis to triple mines. He just, like, you could see he was laughing and giggling like, okay, well, that shit happens, I guess. What can you do? Team Spirit on the aggressive. They're in the mid lane on techies. Huge disarmed. In comes Makoto. A bit of burst damage from his physical hits. And the Song of the Siren looking for the opportunity. Lich and Viper. All 3 of them. Can they static storm the AM? They can, but Last stuck inside. They're focusing the Viper down. AM a little bit too much to bite off here as Jab. The Underlord, tanky but dead. And 23
cleaning
gone
up
as well. The Yatoro AM. Cruising through that team fight. Talon didn't know what they were getting into. Yatoro with a double kill dives the base, and Makoto. Dissimulate is available, but the anti-mage is ready. It's 3 a.m. as the illusions come out, and they'll get the team-wide Team Spirit in the driving seat. A huge fight for them on the doorstep of Talon.
Oh, what a huge fight. Anti-mage going ham in this one. He has a really good front line. His overtime damage from Nosedive. He's super tanky as well. And of course, we've seen Collapse time and time again in this game where he just doesn't die. Also having that Purge against Crimson, against Void Spirit, Resonant Pulse. Great way for defensive purposes on himself, and also removing that damage reduction on the enemy team or some of the abilities.
This is a big turnaround. This is the storm being weathered. Team Spirit waited 30 minutes for their moment to strike. Well, they're looking hot. I get the tier 3 mid. Not a lane of racks yet. Well, they can calm things down and think about Roshan, who is up in 30 seconds, potentially up around now that Team Spirit will obviously know, keeping tabs on the timer. Tormentors are around. Wisdom runes have spawned. Lots of stuff to do on the map. It feels so much better just, taking a tower and falling away. You don't feel too sad because there are so many things to do out in the wide world. That's Lal Viper. Hasn't been flashy or spectacular, but he's been fucking annoying. This guy
absolutely.
is just in the middle of a team fight spewing stuff.
It's hard to make this hero look flashy. Doom, like in this meta, it's like, okay, he's sitting there. Let's see how many minutes do we need to be able to kill him. Now they're hiding, fighting underneath their own ward on high ground. It's like Talon, they cannot find anything.
And it's Team Spirit to smoke again. They're in the groove. Collapse leading. AoE Doom ready. They're heading down to that bottom Tormentor. Talon could be waiting on the high ground for them. We'll see what the first point of contact is and how they clash. And Makoto's courier by...
Mines just exploded. They know exactly where they are.
I sure do, but Tormentor, the AoE Doom, collapses in onto the Underlord and the Naga Siren.
Everybody's doomed.
Chasing them up, there's no escape. Yatoro bleeds forward, and it looks like the Song of the Siren's going to give a bit of time here, but Jabs is stuck, still doomed up. Pops a few heals, the wand, and everything else they can to drift him away from danger. It's just Disruptor and a buyback from Oli. As Team Spirit collapse on that bottom Tormentor.
They're picking out the bottom Tormentor. Talon are coming. At least Jabs is. We'll steal Wisdom Rune. Oh, he can't pick it up. Oh my god, he's trying to go back in. He didn't pick it up because it's on top of the gate. We checked the Tormentor. Oh my god. He couldn't click it.
Oh no. We had a few of those moments. I can't remember who it was, but there was a game the other day where an Underlord placed a gate on top of a Medusa, and the Medusa got stuck. She couldn't hit anyone, she couldn't move anywhere. These Fiends gates causing problems in terms of clicking stuff and trying to move around. And here we go with Spirit looking to grab their first Roshan take of the game. Large denying one of his items on the floor. Get yourself an Aegis. Yatoro with 2 lives. And Viper basically with 2 himself, having that cheese. I wouldn't be surprised to see the game end with this Aegis in hand for Team Spirit. There's a lot on the plate here for Talon. Especially the fact Disruptor, bought back. Don't know if he had to, but he spent that money. A little bit delayed on the Aghanim Scepter now when it looks so close.
It's a rough one now. He was very close to it. Needs to find somehow 1,400 gold. I think the play, if you feel like they're coming, you can always sell your magic wand, disassemble arcane boots, sell mana component. That's like extra 400 gold. From magic wand, you get like 650 total.
Radiant's
Stocks. And try to sell off all your stocks. Get some cash, get some liquidity.
What that would mean is buy high, sell low, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time, I remember there was a bunch of players on Earthshaker who used to buy TPs. Back when you could sell TPs for 75% of the cost.
You can do that with Tinker. I remember people doing that when Boots of Travel was supposed to be purchased on Tinker. So people were just like buying it, saving gold, and then selling it so they don't lose much when they die.
Yeah. And Makoto setting up down bottom. It's been a sad 10 minutes for Talon. Trying to look for any stragglers down here, but their base is under assault. Yatoro, 3 minutes 20 left on Aegis. And Pit and Aether Remnant are going to be irritating, but nothing really putting this guy under kill threat. He'll focus down your ranged barracks. Think about the move out of the base now. No, just go for the melee. Strong enough to brute force this right now with the Bloodthorn completed. Yatoro could even turn and start fighting. Chucking spells at him. Hit a Malice, Sticky Bomb, blast off. They've taken, what, 15, 20% of his health so far. Gets healed back up a little bit with the Greaves, and then blinks in towards mid. A super challenging situation. You can see Naga on the minimap cutting mid and bottom waves, just trying to relieve some of this relentless pressure from Spirit. But even that is just a stopgap method to stem the flow of bleeding.
You've seen a lot of these games where people can't really take a fight. If they take a fight, they just straight gonna lose. So they don't even take a fight. You lose 2 sets of barracks. Into mage. He's out.
Yep.
He does have 69% magic resistance when sitting close to Doom. Very nice. 60 nice, yeah.
Well, this is just the Spirit's home now. Dire base belongs to them.
Counter spell. Trickster's Cloak on Anti-Mage. Invulnerable to damage.
Pretty much. How's that? Even the Firestorm. Most damaging spells in the game. Barely tickling the AM. Bloodthorn for Naga now, adding a little more oomph to Talon's team fight if they can find a target to stick on. But hey, that's a big juicy one there. Beating Crystal Maiden. And it's time to let these freezing fields go as a second lane of barracks fully falls on Talon's side. Bottom lane has a tier 2. The Team Spirit, going to repurpose, reposition, grab some watchers, maybe try and de-ward this area. Really limiting what Talon can do right now. Like you say, they don't want to fight around their barracks. They don't want to go into these awkward situations. They ideally want to be smoked up and seeing one hero they can jump.
You will have to take that fight. Still a minute left on Aegis. Double damage just spawned. Yatoro will pick it up.
Now that is scary. That's
500
terrifying.
damage on AM.
Absolutely terrifying. And there is the smoke from Spirit. They're just ready. At any given moment, they're ready to go. Who are they going to find? Radiant Vision sees up into that top lane and top jungle. I think they saw the Naga move up here. They also had a bit of vision on Ollie for a second, but he's gone back into the base. Safe for now. And the TP back from the Underlord gets him into Fountain, while the Naga Siren has to join the team as well. They know that a big fight is imminent. Battlefield has been steeping for a couple of minutes now. Team Spirit have taken their foot off the gas a little bit, but back to brewing they go. Mikoto guarding entrances to the Tormentor spot with all his remnants.
Not much they can do right now. Let's see how they approach a fight. This could be the last one. Looking at the buyback status, there's one on Void Spirit available, one on Techies, and that's about it.
Yeah, a lot of money needed for Naga and Underlord. Disruptor, a minute and a half away from his. Oh, the graveyard belonging to Spirit now. Littered with the dead bodies of Talon heroes.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
No Tormentor though. So no freebies. The Yatra are going to blink up and realise the Ancients have all been cleared out. Yeah, slow and steady from Spirit.
There's the Aghanim Scepter on Ollie. Let's see if they can do something with it now. There needs to be like extremely good setup, some nice song on at least 3 heroes for them to turn it around, and they smoke.
They have to fight out of their base. They can't let Team Spirit approach again, as they've been doing these past 20 minutes. Naga Siren leading. The trouble is they don't have that vision. It's so important. You have some kind of teamfight vision. Ollie's holding 2 observer wards, so he's going to be looking to place these battle obs. Just in the middle of the fight, place them down wherever you can. A high ground, in the middle of a lane, whatever. Just keep that vision of your opponents. Bottom lane pushed by Lal, and the rest of Spirit still sticking around the graveyard.
Anti-Mage just got level 25, so minus 50 seconds on Mana Void. Brings it down to 20. There are heroes with big mana pool in this game. Naga Siren, 1500. Techies, 1500 as well. Same goes for Disruptor. Void Spirit does have Lincolns to protect himself against Mana Void. They're being choked out of the map. They can't really find any farm.
Nice, it's usually Naga's job. He's getting a taste of her own medicine. They do try and glimpse Lal, I believe it was. And the Viper is perfectly fine. Has his Manta style to dodge them out. Yeah, Networthly just building and building. 32k anti-mage. And Naga Siren is very farmed, but we just haven't felt that same kind of impactful punch from 23 this game.
It always felt like she needed a damage item at the time when they were fighting. This, like, Manta style into Heart. Maybe with a different item build. Maybe with, like, either a Steam Blade or just straight up work it to have a little bit more damage. Then again, you might just die. AoE Doom.
Yeah, he just
jabs.
Wanted to de-ward. That's all he wanted to do, but caught in the AoE Doom. Now the Chain Frost, even through the tunnel. Siren has a BKB. Song won't stop him. Static Storm is down, but Jab's being focused, and the Underlord about to fall. He is tanky at the back lines, being backstabbed. Mikoto's in and out. Guerrilla tactics. Trying to deal with the ledge, but the frostbite on the Naga Siren clips back across on Collapse. Drags him to the high ground as Naga escapes with her BKB, but very low health. 23 with a TP killed off. Buyback is available for the Naga. And Team Spirit have spent the majority of their ultimates and now heading into a big old minefield that Techies has set up.
It's a lot of mines, but this is Viper and Anti-Mage we're talking about. They're really not receiving that much of damage anyway.
Oh, Manta dodge off the blast off. Q jumped in, but won't get the connection on the AM. As Collapse and Lars just shred through the buildings. Jab's frontlining as Underlord trying to bodyguard the rest of his squad as Mikoto, again, in and out, dancing about. Now Jab's focused down, gazed back in. And he's dead for 75 seconds. 23, jumped by Collapse. Infernal Blade doing a fair amount of damage. And the barracks open here for Yatoro to crumble the buildings. Dire base in disarray as Talon losing out here in game 1. And it doesn't feel like they've got a chance in hell to strike back.
Now you're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. They do have, like, okay heroes because you have Naga Siren, but that they were unable to fight for the last 10, maybe even 15 minutes. So this game, all on Team Spirit. Even with a couple of bad fights, even if they decide to throw 1 or 2 of those, they are still in full control of this game. Naga Siren, let's see, another combo. Oli, he's far away.
Come on, Disruptor, you can get here, buddy. Yeah, on the AM just in time. Stunning, silencing, controlling the AM, but look at the damage
Full HP
mitigation.
on him.
He is full health off the greaves, and then realize, hands up keyboard, okay, boys, this AM's too strong. GG called, and Talon tap out of game 1. And now down to one more chance to secure themselves playoff status in the Berlin Major, as Team Spirit add another victory to their tally.
At one point, I clicked on Anti-Mage. He did have 84% magic resistance. Literally unkillable. Like, you do not... Spells don't deal damage to him. He regens more over the time.
Yeah, it's just disgusting, isn't it? It's not
It
fair.
really is.
It's
I
not
feel like
fair.
some of these damage mitigation items and stuff, like spells, are... We're definitely getting a B patch, right? Because it was a huge patch. We need to balance it out. But for now, we're on this patch, and it feels like it's working out miracles for the teams that are buying it. Like, we've seen Collapse in the game. Laughing it off with his Crimson Guard, the Guardian Greaves, having that level 10 talent as well. Extra magic resisting during the Devour. Fighting all 3 items, pretty much. Buying it on himself. They were unable to fight, unable to gank, but they realized that if Yatoro, if he gets to his item timings, and if they buy like all these damage mitigation items, Pavis, then you had Veil to amplify damage of your own team. You also had Purge to remove some of the damage mitigation on their own side. Good thinking from Team Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. And using some kind of old school thinking and tactics as well. This felt very much like Chinese Dota several years ago. I mean, even at TIs, you think about how OG, Spirit, Tundra, winning TIs. Even if you're behind, you need one fight to turn things around, get yourselves into a winning position to push lanes and control the map. And that's what Team Spirit did beautifully there in Game 1. So we'll find out what happens next. A quick break. Game 2 coming up right around the corner.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back to the Ember stream, our final game, our final series coming to a close here with this one last match and one last chance for Talon to secure themselves a spot to continue into the playoffs for the Berlin Major. Team Spirit, their opponents, already secured in that playoff stage. Joined by Lacoste once again for our final game of the day and the group stage. How you feeling?
Feeling good. We see a lot of different strategies, approaches, but one thing is going to be for certain: find an offlaner who builds into these auras. We see different teams approaching some of these drafts, because 33, he plays offlane Medusa, doesn't buy it. They have they always been this kind of a team, so teams still have different thinking how to approach this one. It's still a lot of to digest in this patch because it's been massive. Talon, they need a W here. They need to find somehow, because they looked really good for the first, I would say, 15-20 minutes of the game. But then Collapse Doom happened.
Yeah, and then 10 minutes later, Yatra AM happened. I think we had 89% magic resist at one point. Magic has been antied by Yatra completely in that game. Yeah, just trying to figure out what's going to happen next. A few spoilers if you're not wanting to hear other results from other games, so close your ears now for the next 10 seconds. Tundra 1-0'd SMG in their first game. Talon, of course, lost to Team Spirit in game 1. Beast Coast won against IG, and XG lost their first game against Shopify Rebellion. So right now it's looking like there could be a tiebreaker situation brewing. But of course, like we know, Talon, they need one game to secure themselves playoffs, while the other teams looking to try and catch up to them to get to the 6-win point, which is still possible for everyone except SMG to maybe try and steal some slots and get to tiebreakers. So it's starting to get real interesting. But anyway, we'll focus in. Last game of the series, game 2 of this best of 2 draft here, with bans already gone in the first phase, and the first pick, Underlord of Talon, comes out again.
This is going to be Doom again. Doom, Crystal Maiden.
Oh, yeah.
Same response from Team Spirit. Looking at the win rate from Medusa so far in this major. You want to try guess? Give me a number.
69%.
No, 81%.
How many games? 15 games?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a bit too much.
Sounds like too much, for sure.
Yeah, first phase ban material, for sure. Along with the Alchemist. A little bit too much to handle.
Team Spirit.
Well, let's see what we go for. Crystal Maiden.
There's one.
And there it is. Perfect. No, I guess they're considering Pugna Storm is out there. Do we want to go for that? Nah. I'll just go for the Doom Maiden. Get ourselves set up with our offlane. This will be Mirror and Collapse 9 times out of 10. And now Talon. What do we want? With no Rubik there, you don't have that super strong lane with the Underlord. They'll go with the Pugna.
Turn to ban.
It's a save against Doom. Also, Healing Ward. I don't even know if that's even a thing anymore. How strong this thing is, considering everybody has so much magic resistance built in. And Talon, one more time, banning out Slark. They did ban out Ursa Sven in the previous one. Pagna was banned in the second phase by Team Spirit. They banned out Monkey, which is hero that I think they should ban out one more time.
Yeah.
Just a good matchup against Doom, good zoning tool, another huge circle where you can choose how to take fights. A hero that comes online extremely fast.
Yeah, then the PL was the other ban there in the second phase. We'll see if that's still a priority.
Talon Esports. Turn to
Storm
ban.
Spirit. Yeah, of course, the Pugna Storm combo. Adding another ban that you've got to keep tabs on. Just take him out in the first spot. Great staying power with the life drain out of Pugna. But yeah, pretty standard heading on through here. So what do you think Talon will be looking for to develop their draft in that third pick?
Damage mitigation, Gary. Just question how. We have Underlord. I think that's enough already. But you might also find some. I would love to see some kind of a playmaking position 4. I think Techies did good in the previous game. You did okay. It's just you're playing into pipe, you're playing into anti-mage. You're not going to be able to deal damage that you want to.
They should bring back the old Dazzle Ags with the old Weave. The AoE armor buff to give even more damage mitigation. Of Crimson Guard and Greaves. AoE Weave. What else do we have out there? I guess we don't count stuff like Tinker Laser and Mischance and Evasion.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
Or else, your Phantom Assassins everywhere. Where's Winter Wyvern? That's still a question I have from last patch until now. Like, we had so many zoo
the hero
heroes.
has been picked yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, last patch, so many zoo heroes, you think Winter's Curse is great. And now with damage mitigation, you've got so much healing, would be pretty cool to have.
Not picked so far. There are 10 uncontested heroes in this major. Bane, Razor, Lina, Witch Doctor, Warlock, Nature's Prophet, Clinks, Gyro, Trade Protector, Wyvern. I thought Clinks might get picked considering all the changes, the Skeleton Army. This type of a build that you go for needs a little bit more time to come online. Can't really just play with 1-2 items. Hero is very item dependent.
It's still a weird one. People will need to figure out, undoubtedly it's going to happen this game, isn't it? Yatoro is notorious for picking different heroes in every game. Like during the Eastern Europe DPC, they played like 12 games. He picked 10 different heroes, only doubled up on Ursa. He loves toying with different things, trying new stuff out. If there's anybody to pick Clinks in a game, it's going to be a game like this, and it's going to be a player like Yatoro. Just cross your fingers and your toes and hope for it.
10 seconds remaining.
Doing it as we speak.
Monkey's still out there. You wanted him to be banned. The Storm PL. Monkey King still makes sense. Ricky Ursa Slark. Perfectly logical from Talon.
There is still Sven available. Okay, so Team Spirit will ban Sven. Maybe they could. Do you want to go Monkey into Pugna? Sure, against Underlord you have a lane matchup. But then again, fighting into the Cripify before you get Nullifier could be a bit of a difficult one.
10 seconds remaining.
There's also Pango available, who was not contested in the previous series. But then again, there's also Bloodseeker. So I'm not sure if you want to pick it straight away.
Yeah, I guess you have, you've got the single pick and then the double into the single. So maybe Team Spirit leave that for their fourth pick, and then they've got the double bans to cover it.
Yeah.
And right now, probably thinking about what they want from Imposhka. Do we double down and go for that Lich again? I have the same opening, Maiden Doom, then the Lich Viper, then the AM. I'm still thinking about these Spirit heroes. Ember, Void out there. Lal, you mentioned the Pango. He's definitely a Pango player. When he joined Team Spirit, he basically played 2 heroes only, DK Pango every match. But he's definitely expanded his hero pool over time. And that's a Venomancer. Is that a mid Venomancer? Is that a 4? Wait, is that a 5 Venom? What?
Could be 5 Veno. I think the changes to Veno does make him very good as not just the offlaner anymore. He's a universal hero. And his Poison Nova has changed. Like, this is Aghanim Scepter upgrade now, but has another ability. That's his ulti now. Noxious Plague. Still, more overtime damage, max HP as damage. A lot of slow. It's exactly what his every other spell does, pretty much.
Yeah, damage over time, slow them down. Basically, you want them to become like you. You're infecting them with a parasite. Slow. Immovable object. But yeah, single target ulti now on the Venomancer is always interesting. That caught me off guard the first time I played it. I ran into the middle of 3 heroes, spamming my ulti button, wondering why nothing's happening. Like, is my keyboard broken? No, I just didn't read the bloody patch notes, did I?
A lot of people don't do that. They're like, oh, new patch, let me try it out. Don't know what's happening. Good thing about new patch is you're not going to be getting the good grasp of it straight away. So that means you're going to be playing bad, means you're going to be dying a lot. And you will have more time to read what you died to. So
yeah. Just make sure you read the Urn change notes. Then you buy Urn, you die a lot, and you keep getting charges for it.
10 seconds.
Keeper of the Light.
Spirit, Keeper of the Light combo will reduce all of his 3 abilities. Void Spirit definitely loves to use Keeper of the Light as partner. So does Underlord, reducing the cooldown on some of his abilities that he has 2 pretty much. So that works out nicely. A lot of sustain, Keeper of the Light. And this one might be the one going for Guardian Greaves and Underlord getting Pipe.
Yeah.
Getting that Crimson Guard as well. We'll have to see. Team Spirit. There's a lot of heroes that are annoying to play into at the moment.
She's one of them.
Definitely. Her win rate
Muerta.
is not that high.
Was it not?
No, it's sub 50. Still
Oh,
is. 36%. Picked quite a lot. 25 games so far at this major.
Actually started off being banned quite heavily. Looked good at the end of Dream League. Looked good the first couple of times we saw it on here on the Ember stream. Yeah, I guess people, trying new things out, getting into sticky spots. You're still looking to, push the limits of any hero you're playing, and not knowing the limits of Muerta just yet, can leave you exposed. We're heading to this final round of bans. It looks like Team Spirit still wanting their mid lane hero for Lal. We could have that swap up with the Veno, potentially, the Doom. I don't know exactly where they're heading. Not locked in place.
You
Very
could run
likely.
position for Doom, but I feel like you are wasting the hero if you're doing that.
Yeah, I was
most-
thinking maybe they could mid Doom, offlane Veno.
Now, I think Veno is going to be 5 or 4 in this one.
Yeah, probably.
Whether Crystal Maiden or Veno are playing the lane with the Doom, you do have a slow setup, a lot of kill threat in this one. So they need to remove hero that is good against Muerta and someone that is good against Venomancer Doom. There is no magic immunity anymore, so heroes like Jug, Lifestealer. We've seen TSM trying to use Lifestealer as a counter to Muerta. Wasn't really successful.
Nah, not really. It seemed decent, but TSM have had a difficult run of things. Wraith King is still out there as potential for Talon against the Doom, but against Veno and Maiden, you're getting slowed down. It can be difficult to stick on Muerta as a target. So it's difficult to choose a hero that's good against Doom, but then also has some maneuverability to deal with these ranged heroes from Spirit.
Weaver, that's the hero.
Ooh,
Can easily close the gap on Muerta, run away from Doom. Tends to build into Lincoln Sphere, limited lockdown other than Frostbite now inside of Spirit. Not sure if that's hero at the moment.
I'll have to say.
Probably gonna go with something else. I'm just theory crafting for now.
That's the whole point. Group stage, new patch. Theory craft all you want.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, gap close isn't great from Team Spirit, so there's heroes out there like the Drow Ranger
5 seconds
that
remaining.
could feel pretty strong.
Yeah, there's Slark still available in the pool. A lot of these abilities he can run away from.
He's banned.
Oh, he's banned. Never mind then. They banned him.
Yeah. And trying to protect the Underlord. Morphling. Also a hero that's similar to Weaver in that, buying Lincoln's mobile with waveform. Very
Monkey's
hard
still in
carry.
the pool. That we
Oh, he
talked
is, yeah.
a lot about him.
Forgot about him.
Then again, playing into Venomancer as Monkey, it's like he's gonna make your life really miserable. I think this is a relatively difficult pick for Talon. Also running out of time. Let's see what's it gonna be. When you don't know what to pick, go with Terrorblade.
Yeah, solid, stable hero. Outrange Muerta. Get some good damage on Doom. Laning stage could be a little tricky though. Like Kotl and Pugna, they're good damage supports. They're good at pushing towers and creep waves. But they need those items to give you protection and safety. And there's the Pango for Team Spirit. Last pick for Larl. Things should slot into place. As expected, no real switch-ups there for Spirit. And Talon
Limited
go for the stock
lockdown.
standard.
Against Pangolier, they have pull from Void Spirit and Underlord. That's it. He doesn't like to play in Pit of Malice because he can't use his abilities properly. But other than that, looks really good for Pango. Mana burn, overtime damage, you have Venomancer. Like, there's gonna be... Team Spirit doesn't need to heavily commit into a fight. Like, with Doom, sure, you would want to, but you don't necessarily need to, because these heroes, like, do thrive in an environment where they can get multiple rounds of spell off in a fight. Muerta, Pango with the swashbuckle, mana burn, then Venomancer damage over time. I do like what Team Spirit have in this one. I did prefer Talon's draft in game number 1, but I think this one's gonna be a bit more difficult for them to win.
Yeah, I think especially if the game drags out, like going into late game with Aghanim Scepter Pango, Muerta with all her big damage dealing abilities, Collapse scaling on Doom. This Lal Pango with Disarm, Diffusal Blade, Basher can control the TB. As Talon it feels like their tempo has to be really quick. You know, Mikoto has to be off the mark with the Void Spirit. Underlord got to get his aura items up and running, and they've got to play together from the get-go to try and deal with Team Spirit here. Because if they let them have good lanes and scale into the mid game, and we've seen what Spirit can do.
Also, one thing to notice, they picked Terrorblade into Muerta. She like builds into Maelstrom. Terrorblade has high armor, and once she uses her ulti, all her damage becomes magical.
Yeah.
So during that time, really good hero, at least in my book, against Terrorblade.
Yeah, it should be a solid matchup. Yeah, you're right. I'll last pick TB. It's like you were saying, you know, digging deep, trying to figure out what's good against Doom, what's good against all the slows and control that Spirit has, while still giving you, a good tempo and the ability to push objectives with your hard carry there for 23 Savage, as well as giving him some comfort in the pick that they've got. As we'll head ourselves into Game 2. Talon taking on Team Spirit here. The last series of Group B coming up. We'll get ourselves into game and find out how Talon contend with this lineup Spirit have put up against them. And if they can get that one victory they need to secure a playoff spot. We're still waiting on results from some of the other games, of course, to see if we have any tiebreakers or anything like that. But all Talon have to concentrate on, all they know right now is they need a W. And this is their one last chance to get it.
Seems like there's not going to be a fight. Makes you super sad about it.
Yeah, it's just depressing, isn't it? Especially when they're all smoked. Like, yeah, we're smoked, we're ready, we're 5-man strong, and we're going to completely avoid the opponents.
You know what's making me sad? Looking at Jab's item build. This is it. No items. Pick up Bounty Rune, buy Ring of Health.
The turbo strats are leaking again. Just rush the ring. Put your courier by the shop. Yeah, I guess his courier's by tier 2 right now, a little bit safer. And then he'll move it to the shop so he can get that fast Ring of Health. Team Spirit, they've scurried down to that bottom lane. Couple of observer wards. One in the jungle. And one on that Radiant side of the river, so they can see Bounty Rune, they can see creep camps and stacks being made. Radiant Vision here, though, does see Team Spirit moving into position to get to the top Bounty Rune. And Yatoro, the first hero to be scouted, surrounded by Talon and First Blood for Ollie.
Ollie got the First Blood with Blood Grenade. They wanted to leave it for 23, but damage over time. This item's so good. Like, you have to buy it. If you're playing position 4, position 5, keep rebuying it. Have one available at all times. I would even say, like, every stage of the game, the extra 15% slow and canceling blink daggers could be really good.
Yeah, I mean, just having plus 50 health in lane feels solid to some of these supports as well. No one buys it in my game, so I end up buying like 3 of them. No one else is getting them. I'm going to get them. Spam them at my
Maybe
enemies.
that's why they're not buying it, because you buy all of them.
I wait at least a minute and a half, and like, well, there's still 2 in stock, so I'm just going to stock up myself. That emergency kit in case there's an earthquake or something like that. Got my to-go bag full of blood grenades. And 23 down at bottom as Ollie rejoins him. Step through the twin gate. Pugna TB against the Crystal Maiden and the Doom. Don't know, I've got Storm on my mind after the first couple of days of group stage. That hero is like left a...
Yeah, it was in pretty much every single game of ours.
Left a mark. Pugna, one of the better laners. You know, we've seen Save in Eastern European DPC. Ari from TSM, a lot of players bringing out as Pugna. Very good at trading hits and blasting. Crystal Maiden, similar story, but there's Nova. And the Mango spam onto... to keep your mana pool going. Spamming the Blood Grenade onto 23 as well.
23, very low. Once they hit that level 2. Gonna kill him with Toshka.
Yeah, Kotl and Underlord. Might be losing Q here to Yatoro, though. Tango regen and the movement speed, not enough to slip away from Muerta. Death is her name, and death is what she shall bring. Really not a comfortable time for 23 down bottom. Needs to be handed tangos and plenty of regen just to stay it out in that lane.
Next Infernal Blade, they might try to go for a kill on him. Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth, Mira also going for all-in on damage, Frostbite plus Crystal Ono. We see different adaptations where you get Aura instead on level 2 because you can't buy as many mangoes. They're not unlimited anymore.
It makes the laning stage much more interesting having this limited regen. And no more 9 mango spam with 20 tangos and salves. And there is that attempted play on Ollie with Mira and Collapse, but 23. Metamorphosis form, the final hit from the Pugner, not enough. Magic sticks. That's the difference maker. Get that burst HP regen back up to the fighting form here for the Crystal Maiden. Well, so far, Talon farming very well. And the one lane we've not really looked into because side lanes are so action-packed. Void Spirit 18 and 3 against the 12 and 2 of the Pango. Well, hang on a second, Mira. Speaking of action-packed, has to get back into the forest away from this meta.
Picked up Lotus. It was Terrorblade in the bottom lane. In the top lane, Keeper of the Light. This is what you want to do. Before 3-minute mark, you want to push out the wave, secure Lotus for yourself. You don't necessarily need to use it in the laning stage. It's such a good tool to preserve for later stages of the game.
And this mid lane, quite a bit of difference in right-click damage output. Mikoto, 81. And just the 70 on the Pango, so that's where this differential in last hits feels like it's coming from. About a wave and a half behind now, the Pango. Going to rely on refilling bottle with bounty runes. It's 23 and Ollie dropping very low again. Reflection to hold back Collapse and Mira as they were the ones getting aggressive once more. Everybody on the edge of their seats, though, close to death. Ferrying more regen out to themselves.
Both side lanes playing very aggressive, but we're not getting any kills. Q was supposed to TP out, and now 23. Oshka is here. Looks like he's very dead here. They can run him down. Need another layer of spells. One more should do the trick.
Hey, Maposhka. Even if he dies here, we'll gladly do so. Give his life to kill off the TB. Mira did a good job skirting the edge of the fight there to make sure he survived against the Netherward spam of damage as they cast spells towards the Terrorblade. And then Lol in the mid lane. They're getting further and further behind. A little bit behind in experience as well.
1 point in Lucky Shot, something that we've seen mid laners do. Oh, Mikoto, he's in danger now in the mid lane.
Yeah, they come in with the Veno again. Poison him up. The shield from Resonant Pulse making him tanky, but the damage over time looks like it should tick him down eventually. Oh, Miposhka didn't get the last touch in there. And Mikoto survives. 20 HP.
Bracer
So close.
making the difference. Extra stats, extra regeneration. Poshka not in range, needed that little bit of extra damage, one extra hit.
Yeah, looked like the Venom should have been able to get it, but backed away. So give a bit more time for Lol to get towards level 6, get some last hits as they force Mikoto out of lane. A lot of work for these supports though, trying to rotate with Kottles and Venos. You can see Mikoto straight back into the mid lane, bullying Lol once more. This is where things start again to get tasty. The Vanguard picked up by the Doom, and Lord tanky as well. The offlaners start to become unkillable. And this is where you've got to start rotating more supports in to guard your safe lane carries. Ollie and Q, Netherward dropped, Collapse. Getting tagged by all this magic damage.
Let's have Vanguard.
Mira holds them back, and yeah, he's got the Vanguard up, so he's going to withstand a lot of this damage. Mira can't, though. Blasted by the Pugner, and now the TB with the Metamorphosis, clicking into Collapse, but he's okay with the Magic Stick, and Lol level 5. Rotating with his Pango, swashing and crashing, trying to catch up to 23, while Mikoto takes down Miposhka over towards the mid lane.
Really good moves from Talon. They are the ones keeping the pressure, forcing Team Spirit to play out of their comfort zone. So they kind of rotate position of Tango, who's still level 5, and then Mikoto gets a solo kill on Venom.
Yeah, now leaving jabs up top. Free farming away, 37 and 7. Vanguard, a couple of Lotuses, perfectly tanky, while Ollie drops to Collapse down bottom. 23 and Q still around. No vision up on the high ground as Void Spirit pings it out. And Mira lurking in the shadows, ready to hold them back with some Frostbite. So it's not just a hold back, it's a turnaround. Collapse wants to kill off Q with an Infernal Blade. He's got damage over time, and the click from Mira finishes him off. Now in comes Mikoto, though. Kill the Doom and aim for Crystal Maiden. Should have an Ether up shortly. We'll zap her and drag her back into 23 for a kill for the TB. Non-stop fighting in his bottom lane. It's like a 4v4.
Talon getting the most out of it, getting those last hits. Veno, he's on a mission. He wants to be able to pick up XP rune. Currently struggling, level 3 at the moment, but Q will pick it up. And
they even
Ollie
scanned him.
doing the same thing.
Yeah, they scanned the Venom, knew it was coming, so yeah. QTP's there. Ollie gets scouted by Collapse's Doom. And so in the end, 1 for 1. Everyone gets the Wisdom Rune on their side of the map. But
Problem is supports
crisp
didn't
start.
get it. So you'll have Venomancer, who's level 3.5. Can they kill Jabs here? Vanguard available on him, +2 healing Lotuses. All you need is magical damage, and that's exactly what Muerta does with her ulti.
Still resilient though, Jabs. Dealing with a lot of the clicks coming out. Miposhka Mira should have another round of spells shortly. Jabs knows he's dead, so throws one final Firestorm.
Or is he?
Oh, have I lied again? I've done an awful lot of lying on this broadcast about people being dead or not. Jabs is alive. He's perfectly fine. Of course he is. He's got a Vanguard and he's an Underlord. How could he possibly die? Miposhka, not going to have the same luxury though. Dead Venomancer on my screen, 100% guaranteed. Mikoto there with a killing spree.
These heroes are much more tanky than you would expect them to be. First, like the Vanguard buff, because you get it like so much earlier, and also having a little bit of extra magic resistance. All your intelligence is turned into magic resistance, so having 3% extra is kind of what makes the difference there.
Man, there's a little edge case. A little bit of tankiness. Q and Mikoto going twin gating together. Mira's Crystal Maiden. Yeah, still level 4. Very squishy. Tranquil Boots. Not enough movement speed to escape. Trapped in the trees. Another good move from Talon.
Really worried for supports on side of Spirit. Level 3, level 4, 9 minutes into the game. There is no tome available. Their XP runes got stolen or picked up by the teammates. They couldn't do it.
Another jump on top. Yeah, puts the calling down, trying to silence them up as they approach, but Jabs is there to help them out. Yatoro into ulti form. Gets him a bit of distance away from the rest of Talon as Laurel comes in with the first Rolling Thunder. The shot, the fear, Jabs sitting about 10% of his HP. Another crash from the Rolling Thunder, and the swashbuckle finally brings him to his knees. Mikoto and Q still considering if they can go back in with Ollie backing them up. I'll stick around for a little bit and see what comes their way.
Different build on Pango that we usually see nowadays. We've seen Nisha, we've seen Quinn not picking up boots of speed. This was in the previous patch where, because Kira does consume a lot of mana, so getting arcane boots was kind of a thing, but we've seen like other Pango players, no boots, straight into the Fusel Blade.
Man, he's even skipped the Orb of Corrosion as Mikoto slices into Yatoro. And dominating streak for the Void Spirit, and looking for that +1. Miposhka, you said it's going to be sad times for these Team Spirit supports. Showing off there. Ollie going to grab the takedown on the Venomancer. I'll see what they can do off the back of it. Push the tower. 23 is showing up with the Terror Blade to get on top of that tier 1 tower.
This should secure them tower. I'm not sure if they can defend it. There's way too many heroes. There's also Catapult approaching. And now you're stuck in a pretty similar spot as they did in game 1, where two supports can't really make moves. This is Veno Crystal Maiden we're talking about. Again, they have Bloom, who needs time. Collapse just finished up Hand of Midas, needs it to be delivered by the courier. But at least you have mid laner. This is not Viper. Pango, once he finishes off his Diffusal Blade, even before that, with just Rolling Thunder, he can be the one providing the fight for Team Spirit.
Yeah, he's great at causing chaos, initiating. It's no different for Talon. Their supports are pretty squishy as well. But they find the back lines of Spirit. And Q and Ollie got to be careful with their positioning. And Collapse Midas done. Yatoro bottom of the cause in terms of net worth. Didn't feel like his lane went that poorly. But pick off on Mira in the mid lane. Mikoto making things work time and time again. And on to another objective with 23 joining in. That's 2 tier 1s in quick succession. Yatoro has quite a bit of catching up to do for this Muerta.
Mask of Madness finished. That's going to be farming tool. With Gunslinger, needs to start putting more points in it to increase that double shot.
I still got to wrap my heads. I'm Ogre Magi now. Still got to wrap my head. Still got to wrap my head around the spell names of Muerta. Try and fit them into my vocabulary. Bottom lane Collapse. Tagged by the Solar Bind, trapped in the Pit of Malice. And look at this. Talon bring 5 heroes. They couldn't kill him off several times in game 1, and they have understood what they need to change to make it happen this time.
I would suggest you, if you don't know the names, you can use Q, W, but not in this game when Talon is playing, so you mess up with Q. Mikoto having a blast of a game. Echo Saber now finished on Void Spirit. We see this new build in the last couple of days. We've seen it, I think, 5-6 times at least in the games that we've been covering.
Yeah.
Echo Saber into either Kaya Sanj or into Deso, where you go in, you delete one of these two supports, you have so much damage. Larl finished off his Diffusal Blades. Looks like they want to smoke up and get something done. Not again. Yatoro. Yeah. This is his third death.
Not a great showing from this Muerta. Talon just striking time and time again, moving across the map quickly. Larl looking to fight back and roll onto Q. Mira there with a frostbite, hold the couple in place, so something going in the hands of Team Spirit at least. Oh, he nearly got Ollie in the back there with a swashbuckle from long range. It's a losing battle for Team Spirit though. This now Earth lead growing and growing from Talon, and I feel much stronger heading into mid game this time around.
Also, Larl found Lance Pursuit. That item in the previous patch was okay. It was still good on Pango, but now the slow lingers for 2 seconds. So, much better one. And also, he's going back to Orb of Corrosion, which I really like. Even though, like, you're still 14 minutes into the game, the item is just too good on Pango to pass on. Mikoto chasing Larl.
Yeah, shield crash comes. Larl already half health. And Mikoto knows there's no Rolling Thunder, having already been spent in the last fight, so just a straight-up solo kill. Oh, but Mikoto doesn't get the finishing touch. The reflection will. Now with the Chakra Magic has a bit more to play with.
Good push back.
In the heels, saving him up with a Sunder and the life drain. Terrorblade keeps Mikoto in fighting shape to take down Mira and chase in for more. Can they catch up to Miposhka? Of course they can. He's a slug. He's slowly slithering around, wiggling his tail. But where are you running, buddy? Into the grave, 6 feet under. Miposhka hits the deck as Mikoto is a wicked, sick Void Spirit.
That was a nice blinding light. The pushback Crystal Maiden away from the damage. Then 23 comes in as a support. Support Terrorblade saves his core. Mikoto's on a big streak. He's 7-0-6, so you kind of want to save him. And you also have Ollie to replenish mana and HP on Terrorblade. Now 23, he's back to full HP, full mana.
Yeah, and fighting Collapse. Reflection, Illusion. Not any damage onto Collapse, but just a signal of, hey, I'm here, this is my lane, I'm a Terrorblade, and you are not allowed to come and hit any creeps or my tower. I've already got these elements of safety from Talon as well, with the Glimmer, a Kotl with a Spirit Vessel to keep the pushes going. There's so much sustain and healing.
23, he's been in jungle for a very long time, farming the lane with his Illusion on top of the net worth. More than Doom, who has Devour maxed out, and also Hand of Midas, which is pretty impressive.
So who's buying Greaves this game for Talon? We mentioned the Kotl could do it, or is it Underlord? Oh, Collapse? It should be okay here, right? He gets out of the pit. Life Drain is coming. TB's damaged. 23 gets the kill. Lol rolling onto the Pugna now. Jabs, he's focusing back towards Mira. And look at Mikoto straight over the top of them. Blows up the Maiden. Looks for Miposhka. The Solar Bind will slow him down. The Spirit Vessel on him. It's a double for Q. The new carry. Carry of the light arrives. Shining and bright.
They have a lot of sustain on their side. First, Underlord providing you with Pipe, going into... Oh, he had Mech queued up, but seems like one of the supports eventually will get it. And then you have Life Drain, Glimmer Cape on Pugna, Terrorblade with potential Sunder. So many save abilities. Spirit Vessel to keep them healthy. Illuminate. Things are not looking good for Team Spirit. Huerta needs a lot of catching up to do still.
That's the thing, right? They're playing 4v5. Talon are grouping up with the Terrorblade. Even though he's jungling, he's always nearby, available to join the battles. Muerta just hasn't been there. She's been gone on, but never really joining the fight of her own accord. Lol, he's looking at mid, but Mikoto quickly clears the creep wave and will get away. Team Spirit trying to hold some staircases and high grounds and maybe bait Talon into some disadvantageous terrain battle in a choke point. They're not going to be falling for any of that. They're just going to storm down lanes. Underlord can join with the Fiend's Gate if need be. But for now, it's just Mikoto and Ollie wandering around trying to see what's going on. You know, knock knock. Anybody up here? Radiant Vision sees Mira.
Shows up.
Mira answers the door and death greets her. Crystal Maiden sliced. Collapse slowed with a reflection. Do Talon want to dive over the Fiend's Gate behind tier 2? It looks like they do. Trying to slow him down and collapse trapped in the pit. Etherem up there and they'll take him quickly down. A double kill from Makoto, this Void Spirit. Beautiful performance, 908, and now they're gating up the top. Everybody up here. Makoto, Astral stepping, Yatoro the target of choice. They just need to find a bit of vision. Can I see them?
Jump.
Turns around with the calling. They start him up. The dead shot flies. Doesn't do too much. Jam taking some damage over time. Turns to a piggy at half HP, but 23 from the left-hand side. Shrimp through Miposhka. Lal with a decent roll of thunder, but look at the heals. The life drain comes, and Yatoro, he's in trouble now. It's a good breathing field. The saves, they get asunder onto Makoto again, and Yatoro's blasted. Illuminate clears through them. Team Spirit being annihilated here is just so disgusting. What Talon are doing to them. One more. Lal lines it up. Another kill by Talon, potentially with a pit of malice thrown. Jam
He's rooted.
The opening. He is rooted and dead, and a double kill for Q again.
Oh man, Ollie provides so much healing in that fight. They showed up with every single member. I'm a little surprised that Team Spirit decided to take that fight. And also, if there's one thing I learned over the past couple of days, watching this new 733 Dota new meta, don't focus the Underlord. Especially if there's some kind of an extra save on top of him. Don't do it. He dropped very low. They burned all of his mana. Then Ollie comes in, replenishes HP, mana, Glimmer Cape on top of him, Illuminate with the heals. They can't fight back. They just don't have enough damage at the moment.
Not worth it. Needs another, 2 items or something to be able to fight here. And Collapse has Pipe, nearly has Crimson, but really hasn't had any effectiveness in the fights themselves. Mira has a Kobold. Prospecting Aura gets you a little bit of gold, but beyond godlike Void Spirit. Through the gate they'll head. Where are they going? Down to bottom, Miposhka? Yeah, it's a freebie kill. Venomancy, you slimy fella. Come back here. Where are you going? There's Muerta nearby. Q a little bit slow to get through the gate, but they'll join up. All 5 heroes.
And smoke up. They're still not done. They're so quick moving around the map. Yatoro knows something is up. Places down the calling. They're not gonna get... Okay, they know something is up. But still, Talon providing vision in the enemy triangle. They have lane ward as well. There's no tier 2 tower here. Thinking about maybe going for Tormentor immediately. 20 minutes. They're going for it.
Yeah, why not? Steal that Tormentor. They're even... is that a Dire scan? Dire scanning tier 2 on the left-hand side of the map. And Mikoto gets it on top of Yatoro. Tormentor falling, and this Muerta might be in trouble as well. There's no Fiend's Gate, and Makoto's a little bit afraid of who's nearby this Muerta. It is a 1v1, straight-up duel between the two of them. But Makoto's afraid of any backup coming. They'll need 23 to join in with a reflection, and Team Spirit is nowhere nearby. They'll get off the ulti on Yatoro, surviving for a little bit longer, but dead to the Dissimilate.
Mikoto going ham in this game. They also caught Collapse. Does have that Echo Saber, Lincoln's Field, extremely tanky, and because he's universal hero from all these stats, like you get 16 stats from Lincoln's Sphere, 10 damage as well. Now sitting at 180 damage from Void Spirit with double hit, extra flow. They're the ones also controlling the runes. I don't remember last time I've seen Team Spirit pick up an active rune.
I can't remember last time I saw Team Spirit cast a spell. Boschke is trying to be farming jungle, but found again by Makoto. Deja vu in that bottom lane has collapsed, being collapsed upon. Scardy slow, Pit of Malice. Not going to break through. The Crimson Guard. Tanky Doom there for sure. And they'll gate themselves across the map. Head down to bottom where Roshan awaits.
It's not going to get contested. This is a free Roche for Talon. Only 6 kills for Team Spirit. Like, the lanes went really bad for them. Completely different game than the previous one. Sure, Talon was in control for like 10-15 minutes of the previous one, but this time around, they don't have anti-mace. They don't have this late-game presence. Also, Collapse. He's still super far, but he feels much more killable. They have Void Spirit. They have Terrorblade this time around with Eye of Scotty already.
The Dragon Protection line now in Aegis for 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes of fear for Team Spirit. At the very least, Lal, I believe, got the left-hand Wisdom rune. He snuck himself and tucked into the corner. And taking at least something away. But the Tormentor still stands. Another Aghanim Shard available if Talon want to come back and take it. But for now, it's map control. They've got Roshan, they've got Aegis. Go and stamp your mark out on the map. They've pushed out bottom, shoved in mid. And it looks like they'll try and connect in towards jabs in that top jungle somewhere. Well, they're doing a pretty cool move here. So they're sweeping through their own triangle, because that's where Yatoro was previously, right? Yatoro is trying to find these sneaky spots to farm, so they're trying to make sure they're not leaving anybody to farm up. And Yatoro shows bottom, so they know now they're going to mid. Find collapse. A move from 23 and Makoto straight onto the Doom. And tons of control. And slowly whittle him down. Eventually they'll kill him with no backup arriving from Spirit. Collapse, popping mech and pipe and Crimson Guard, but even that won't allow him to tank through it.
Also, they can replenish Terrorblade's meta, which is kind of his ulti with Chakra Magic. You have Makoto to play off with. Chakra Magic is just such a powerful ability with certain heroes. Meta is available in a couple of seconds. Let's see if they decide to go for the high ground. Pop it, clean up this set of barracks.
That looks like it. And Talon now on the verge of securing themselves a playoff spot. So close they can taste it. Usually in these kind of situations, I'm the kind of guy who's like, but we know how good Team Spirit are at defending their base and getting one team fight and a comeback potential, but this kind of game, I just don't think it's there.
Doesn't feel like it. Let's see if Talon, they don't want to commit yet. Crimson Guard pop. Larl showing off his newly bought item, Aghanim Scepter. There's going to be more swashbuckles, more lucky shots. I don't want to risk anything. The game's too important for them.
Man, just retreat. Come back, farm some more Ancients. Get that one additional item which will shut the door on Team Spirit. Spirit have a couple of wards out there to play into potentially, but even a smoke gank at this point feels out of the realm of possibility. They'll just be sitting high ground waiting for Talon to come to them. And Collapse getting a few more creeps outside of his base, but then comes Makoto. They've got vision over the Doom, poking, trying to force Team Spirit to come down the ramp and fight outside of their base. Well avoided though, as Yatoro clears that middle wave.
Collapse has been holding on to this Purge creep, even in the previous game, in this one as well, just to have that extra dispel mechanic. A lot of value to it. Against Solar Bind, against Reflection, there's just like so many things that he can use it on.
And here comes a smoke, a backstab play.
Another meta's available, thanks to Chakra Magic.
Yeah, you're right. And high ground vision is here with Jab standing next to it near the tree, so he could break the
Double
smoke.
jump.
Spirit come in, they do jump in, and the Muerta in trouble. Yatoro blown up with no buyback available. Larl's Rolling Thunder gonna cruise through to clear out a creep wave. Doesn't finish them all off. So the potential for Talon to go high ground is real. They might not know that Muerta has no buyback. But
That Chakra on Terrorblade every single time it's available because everybody's full mana pretty much. Pagana also does provide them with mana sustain. Their HP is full. Crimson Guard this time around, not going to be able to give them enough sustain to survive. Down to 100 seconds already. Team Spirit, they cannot fight back. Doom, nowhere close to his Blink Dagger, can't get the initiation going. So it needs to be Laurel. Rolling Thunder on the cooldown for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
This might be another set of Baron.
yeah, looks like it should be. Muerta is now alive. TPing forward, Yatoro. Dissimulate out of there by Makoto. And Talon, again, very deliberate with their soft retreat to get down the staircase. We'll see with the next creep wave what they decide to do. Got to clear out mid as well, of course. Just prune these waves, shove them into the dire base. And at least 3.5 minutes till next Roshan, so it's not as though they've got a big objective out on the map to go and claim. They can just keep being oppressive. Stamp down any hopes of recovery for Team Spirit.
30 seconds until the meta. Such a cool interaction if you can use it.
Yeah.
Such an important spell. Thunder, just another saving tool. BKB now finished on 23. Down to 15 seconds cooldown. They will be ready to go one more time. Muerta still not fight ready. Needs another set of items. Just finished off 4 staff.
I thought you were saying needs another 7 items when you started that sentence.
Oh, that's how you come back into the game.
That's how
Another
it
meta.
feels. Break the buildings. Muerta on the left side. Yatoro focused. Losing a lot of HP quickly, and the Soul Bind's on her. Terrorblade sends illusions forward as Lol rolls in, but the BKB's up for 23. Getting onto Mirror with a damage, relentless. Kills the Maiden and no buyback there. Team Spirit down a hero. 4v5, and your buildings are falling. The calling out from Yatoro, but this Murta so low health, can't stick around and fight. Really good in and out play from Talon here. Trying to bait Murta into these really tough spots. They'll take the buildings. Melee racks, range one focus. Miposhka just dying to TB illusions. And in comes Mikoto, looking for collapse in Miposhka. The Illuminate Blast does connect on Venno. Like it's hurting the back with a little sheep into the pen. The fountain, the only safety that Team Spirit can have. The Wolves are hounding them. And Talon, again doomed up on the jabs Underlord. Chasing out Team Spirit, wants something. A fight.
Good silence.
Kill off the Bugner. Kill off Ollie. Look for jabs now as well. 23 half health. He's going to die. Okay. Team Spirit. They rebuff the advances.
That was such a nicely played calling from Yatoro. I think it connected on 4 different heroes. Managed to silence Bugna so he couldn't get his life drain off. And Yatoro, he's getting some stats. Just 2 points in dead shot, 2 points in calling. Wants to amplify his farm as much as he can. And it's starting to get some items now. Hurricane Pike is available, going into Manta style next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, still Talon taking another lane of barracks. But it's not mega creeps or anything like that. But oh, look at bottom. Makoto. He saw Yatoro, got a good idea of where he's headed. Just needs to keep the vision. Gets the actual step on. Yatoro, 5 seconds.
Another one.
The ultimate. Crystal Maiden's in behind as well, but to dissimulate the Fiend's Gate coming in with jabs, rooting Yatoro. He's dead for 50 seconds, and Talon are all alive.
Makoto having a blast of a game, involved in 26 out of 34 kills, didn't die a single time, about to finish off his next big item, which is going to be a damage item, going into Daedalus next. That's a new build. Void Spirit's mostly looking to get damage now that he became Universal Hero.
Rack up the stats. Oh, Titan Sliver for TB. Orb of Destruction for the Void Spirit.
He found both Tier 2 and Tier 3 neutral items. So let's see. For now, it's going to be Orb of Destruction. Checking what he has as his Tier 3 item. Not too happy about it, so we'll send Orb of Destruction back. No, keep Orb of Destruction and send the token back.
Let someone else choose. Law. Onto Q. Glimmer Cave. Still going to get crashed on here by the Pango, who has that Aghanim Scepter Swashbuckle. But Q is healed back up by the life drain, and now Lol pretty deep. Swashbuckles off the low ground. Miposhka came in to play with his buddy, but again finds that this damage from Talon takes the Venomancer down so bloody quickly. And now a Fiend's Gate towards collapse. Jabs? I don't know if he's fast enough. Maybe with the help of the reflection here. 23 can tag him with a Skadi Slow. Pit of Malice misses though. Don't get the root onto collapse, but I think they'll just be able to chase him down. Ether Remnant there. Yeah, slows into a crawl. Collapse. Dead for 50. And again, we're looking at Spirit with no buybacks available. Meanwhile,
Kodo chasing. He's going to catch him.
Over at the Ancients, killing off Lol, yeah.
Lol a bit too deep. They're trying to split up the map as much as they can, provide a little bit more time for Muerta to get another set of items, but doesn't feel like it's enough. TB, he's getting massive. That's going to be like double Daedalus finished on both colors of Talon, plus also Octarine Core on Underlord. You can fight almost every minute with Fiend's Gate. We've seen it being used super effectively across the map to get stuff going. Dakota jumps in, they use Fiend's Gate, get the top someone, whoever they jump, pretty much is going to die.
Wow, look at my high ground. Yeah. Jump the Venomancer. Not quite enough to finish him off. He's got a little bit of tankiness there. And the shield's on him. But Tier 3 tower crumbling. 23 onto the barracks we go. TP in from collapse. Did he doom an illusion? He doomed an illusion?
I believe so. And 23 instantly hips him. So
and collapse has gone AFK. He's just standing there. What have I done?
What happened?
What'd I do?
Through the Fiend's Gate they go. Roshan is back on the menu, boys. They want to eat some meat. Collapse is also going through it.
Yeah, you're getting a bit tainted there. I mean, they put Ether Remnant down near the gate as well. That's Roshan for Talon. Nothing to stop them. And the DD Rune spawn top. Dire Vision, I think, sees it. So Team Spirit can come and snag that before 23 gets his hands on it. Makoto with his damage output.
Another meta is available going through Twins Gate. There's a lot of gates in this game.
Yatoro bottles the DD. That could be a game changer. At the very least, a fight changer. Unless he gets
Not
jumped
again.
Oh, Yatoro. Oh, dear. Yeah. Just call it. They're out. They're done. Hey, it doesn't matter. Team spirit. Win or loss doesn't matter, but their talent is huge. Talon secure themselves playoffs. Crushing victory from Talon. Beautiful. Really nicely done.
Yeah, this second game, complete domination from Talon. Like the way they executed their draft, all lanes went correctly for them, getting kills in all 3 lanes. And then Mikoto exploded. Like they make rotations to the mid lane, they rotate, and then he starts rotating to the side lanes. Didn't die a single time, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, so that cleans things up a little bit. Now Talon guaranteed. Spoiler alert, close your ears. SMG eliminated because they lost their series, and there's still that tiebreaker situation potentially between Beast Coast and Extreme Gaming. Still waiting on other results to find out what goes on there, but regulation play coming to a close here for the group stage of the Berlin Major, and of course Group A tiebreakers cracking on as well. It's been a fun old ride, Lacoste. This new patch, new gameplay, new drafts, all these teams really showing off some fancy stuff, eh? Vanguard, who would have thought?
Well, Vanguard's not the most fancy item out there. You know, watching someone not being able to die while having Vanguard, but there's twin gates for it. You see, like we've even seen in our previous series where carry rotates to kill enemy, carries 6-7 minutes into the game, goes back to farming. So we'll see more usage of that for sure. Meta is definitely evolving. It's developing. People are kind of stuck in this damage mitigation stuff, but we'll see if they stick around with it. I think Tundra has a bit of a different understanding where they're buying, again, support items like these auras on their supports. And looking at the standings right now, Tundra, on top of their groups, only dropped 2 games so far, looking like the best teams, at least in terms of score. And then you have Gaming Gladiators, no surprise there. And looking at some of the bottom ones, IG, TSM, and Execration already out of the tournament. Let me just refresh Liquipedia. This also means that Team SMG is out. Talon, as you said, secures themselves playoffs.
Yeah, still the one series still going on in regulation play is that Extreme against Shopify game. If Extreme win, they secure themselves playoffs and they knock out Beast Coast. If Extreme lose that second game, they tie with Beast Coast and will have tiebreakers for that last slot for playoffs, I believe, is how it works. If my math is correct, which probably not, but maybe. We'll see how it goes. The Group B still waiting to finish things off there. But that rounds things up. Yes, it's been a fun old time. Loved all these games. Best of 2s. It can always be a little bit wonky in the group stage. We've had some great 1-1s to start things off. A couple of stomps here and there. But teams still figuring out how they want to be playing, how you want to be moving around the map, and how you want to be heading into the playoffs, the real meat of the tournament for the Berlin Major. But yeah, thanks all for tuning in. Make sure you go check out the other streams, and if tiebreakers happen, I think we'll have some here for Group B. Of course, they'll be happening on the main stream as well. Keep tabs on all the streams. Still a little bit of Dota to be played before the playoffs begin. Lacoste, any closing words for yourself?
Should be a fun patch. Looking forward to watching how the big teams are going to be playing against each other from different groups. And thank you guys for watching. This is going to be it from me and Gary B on Stream B, or Ember Stream as we call it right now. But thank you for tuning in, and much love. Take care of yourselves.
See you all next time.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity.